Chapter 134. Hey, wait a minute. As the torchlight illuminated the dark labyrinth and Helen held onto Promise's hand, leading him forward into the maze, the boy finally reacted belatedly. Promise glanced at the trembling Helen, who clung to his hand despite her visible fear. She was genuinely walking into the labyrinth, fully aware of the monster lurking within. Her body was shaking constantly. It was the fear that could not be concealed, but even so, the girl just held on to his hand tightly, refusing to back down. And it was Helen who held up the torch. She raised it high as hard as she could, trying to illuminate the darkness ahead for Promise. A broken bar. Not only did I get charmed, but I'm also being protected by a little girl now. Promise didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But at the same time, the look in his eyes when he looked at Helen had softened a lot. After all, no matter what the reason, how many people can really be like her, muster up the courage to face this inescapable labyrinth out of sheer faith in someone else? What kind of respect and trust is it? Hey, Helen. It's really dark and quiet here, isn't it? Promise said this with a smile, and exerted a little force to break free from Helen's restraints. Just as Helen was stunned and looked up at him in confusion and panic, afraid he was leaving her behind. But before she could say anything, Promise took out a painting, and from it, a golden lyre fell into his hands. Helen, let's play some music together. Let's use it to banish the darkness and light up everything around us. Promise smiled warmly at Helen, who was now staring in amazement. With a gentle motion, he strummed the first note on the lyre, and the moment that note resonated, the labyrinth was bathed in light. Helen's eyes widened as she watched the pitch-black labyrinth fill with warm, radiant light. Even the eternal darkness of the underworld had been brightened by this boy's light, guiding him through the shadows. Promise closed his eyes, playing the lyre with a peaceful expression. The notes echoed through the labyrinth, dispersing the darkness and illuminating the way forward. Soon, Theseus, who had subconsciously covered his eyes with his hands, and was wandering aimlessly, saw the light that should never have appeared in this dark maze. Just when Theseus didn't know what was happening, the light came with beautiful piano music and enveloped him. But the music and light didn't just reach Theseus. Such a sudden change naturally alarmed the existence named Asterios in the deepest part of the labyrinth. He stood up and followed the light. No, to be exact, when he found the light coming, he was panicked and at a loss. At first, he had always longed for the cool breezes and lush forests bathed in sunlight, but when the light suddenly appeared in his dark world, he was filled with panic and subconsciously fled deeper into the shadows. Asterios wanted to reach out to the light but was too scared to embrace it. However, as the light closed in, he soon found himself cornered, unable to retreat, unable to escape. Eventually, the light enveloped him, and the gentle melody reached his ears. He was stunned for a long time, then stretched out his hands, clenched his fists, opened them, and clenched them again, as if trying to catch the light. While he was astonished, the long and resounding sound of the piano was like a clear spring, clarifying his heart and soothing his emotions. For the first time, he felt something other than rage and hunger, a deep sense of peace. So naturally, Asterios followed the direction of the sound of the harp. He started out walking slowly, then walking faster, and finally running quickly. His movements and the terrifying brute force made the entire maze tremble. Similarly, Theseus, who was wandering in this maze, naturally followed the sound of the piano and the light and walked towards the direction of Promise. When Theseus finally came to the source of the sound and saw the young man sitting there, playing the lyre and the beautiful Helen beside him, he was not happy. He even sat down with a bitter look on his face, sighed, and said, it seems that it is indeed a dream before I die. After all, seeing Promise and Helen again a broken bar, it can't be real. Well, I guess only dreams can satisfy me. But before I die, I can still hear the sound of Promise's piano playing, so it's not a loss. After saying that, Theseus simply leaned against the wall of the maze, closed his eyes, and rested. Helen blinked as she watched the situation. However, just when she was about to say something, she found that Promise had opened his eyes at some point and was blinking at her, signaling her to stay quiet. So, she did not say anything and simply stood by, quietly basking in the soothing melody and the sunlight that now illuminated the one-star labyrinth. Her eyes locked onto Promise as if she wanted to engrave this serene moment into her memory. But after a long time, as the ground's trembling grew more intense, Theseus snapped out of his daze, standing up with a serious expression. Helen subconsciously clutched Promise's clothes, leaning against him for comfort. Then, Asterius appeared. Promise also stopped playing and looked up at the fearsome Minotaur in front of him. The two looked at each other, although Asterios's scarlet eyes were like those of a wild beast, and he could not speak, but could only roar. At this moment, Promise saw something else in Asterius's gaze: gratitude. So, he smiled. "You monster, even in my dreams, don't even think about harm." On the side, Theseus, who didn't even have any weapon but was readying himself to defend Promise and Helen barehanded with a clenched fist, could finish his sentence. Promise pointed at Theseus with a grin. "If you want to thank me, go ahead and beat him up for me. Huh? X2. Helen tilted her head and looked at Promise. Theseus was equally confused by his words. "No way, isn't this a dream? Why is Promise in my dream so harsh to me?" Asterios was also stunned. He looked at Theseus and then turned back to look at Promise in confusion. "Yes, beat him." The latter nodded and said calmly and seriously, "You're welcome, as long as you don't beat him to death." "Helen, if you don't feel relieved, you can still do it yourself." A broken bar. Now, not only Theseus but even Helen herself was confused. Although she kept hearing Brother Promise say along the way that he would definitely beat Theseus up, Helena always thought that he was just saying that in anger. After all, aren't you good friends? However, while she was thinking this, Asterios let out a roar, then jumped up, and caught Theseus, who was unable to dodge under Helen's dull gaze. So, a war broke out. As fate would have it, Asterios battled Theseus. However, because he always thought it was a dream and the incident was sudden, Theseus was soon pinned down by the Minotaur. It took several punches and slaps before he reacted. "This is not a dream." "So it hurts." Wait, Promise, I was wrong, please save me." Helen, save me." Without any weapons, Theseus was no match for Asterius. Coupled with exhaustion and starvation from all these days, he was completely overwhelmed in the fight, unable to put up any resistance. This, Brother Promise, that's enough. Really, it's enough." Helen, deeply shaken by the sight, finally pleaded with Promise. "This is enough already." "Helen, you're not mad at him anymore?" "Let me tell you, this guy is pretty tougher. He can take a lot of hits, don't worry about it." "No, really, it's fine now." Helen nodded quickly and shook her head at the same time, saying, "I'm not mad anymore. I'm really not mad anymore." What a pity." "All right, that's enough, Asterius, you can stop now." At Promise's words, Asterius obediently let Theseus go. Promise then walked over to Theseus, who blinked in disbelief, still trying to process what was happening. "A broken bar isn't a dream." "It's totally a dream, isn't it?" Promise replied with a smile. "Guess the beating wasn't hard enough for broken bar." No, I'm awake, I'm fully awake now." "Really?" Theseus's eyes widened in panic. Whether this was a dream or not, he definitely didn't want to get hit again. Speaking of which, Theseus, where did you go after abandoning Helen? Why didn't you come back? Do you even know how much trouble she got into because of you?" Promise scolded, glaring at Theseus. Still dazed and unsure if this was real or not, Theseus answered honestly, "I went to the underworld." "The underworld?" This time, Promise was genuinely taken aback. "What were you doing in the underworld?" "I wanted to get Peritas to stop chasing after Helen, so I went with him to the underworld to find goddess Persephone. He said he wanted to capture this goddess and make her his wife." Theseus explained everything truthfully and was feeling depressed when he thought that his friend was still in the underworld and might never come back. When, smack, Promise suddenly kicked Theseus hard in the face. Damn it! As Theseus looked up with a puzzled look on his face. Trying to kidnap Goddess Persephone? Really, Theseus? You've got guts, I'll give you that. Promise laughed angrily and said to Theseus with gritted teeth, do you know how much the Goddess Persephone takes care of me on weekdays? She's like a big sister to me. And here I was thinking I misjudged you after clearing up the misunderstanding with Helen. Turns out, you're just out here causing even bigger messes. It turns out that kidnapping a little girl wasn't enough for you. You had to kidnap a goddess too, huh? Stealing someone else's wife, no less. Asterius, get back here and beat him down again. This time I want to see him in a state of despair. Asterius was stunned for a moment, but when he saw the warmth in the sunlight and heard Promise call his name, his eyes suddenly became very firm. All right, more beating it is. So the next second, as Helen couldn't help covering her face, unable to bear to look directly at the scene, but still peeked through her fingers out of curiosity, a mixed doubles match took place on the scene. A chaotic brawl between a man and a beast. Promise mostly just added to the chaos, but without him keeping things light-hearted, Asterius might have actually broken Theseus for good. After a long while, I'm a broken bar. Theseus, are you okay? Helen, feeling a bit guilty, crouched next to Theseus, who was lying on the ground, and gently poked his bruised and battered face with her finger. Theseus tried to raise his head and muster a smile, but as soon as he did, his head lolled to the side, and he passed out cold. Helen was so frightened that she stood up suddenly and took several steps back. Then she tilted her head, her eyes darting between the terrifying sight of the unconscious Theseus and the calm figure of Promise. She thought to herself, it turns out that Brother Promise is not that gentle. Ah, no, Brother Promise is the gentlest. It is Brother Theseus's own fault for causing trouble. Helen said this in her heart firmly and secretly made up her mind that in the future, she would always be a good girl around Promise and never lie again. She couldn't imagine facing the anger of someone as scary as he could be. Meanwhile, Promise ignored Helen and Theseus. Instead, he turned to look at Asterius, who now sat obediently before him, with his head down, awaiting instructions. The once ferocious creature was calm, even peaceful, under Promise's gaze. After a long silence, Promise finally asked, Asterius, do you wish to leave this place? Asterius seemed puzzled, staring at Promise before shaking his head. But then, after a moment's hesitation, he nodded slowly. I see, Promise said with a warm smile. In that case, let me grant your wish. He then took out his pure white feathered canvas and began to paint. The gloomy, dark labyrinth vanished before Asterius' eyes, giving way to a lovely sacred forest. Streams flowed gently, lush greenery thrived, and butterflies danced gracefully around him. Stunned by the serene beauty, Asterius stood motionless, taking it all in. In reality, Promise strung his bow of light and drew a glowing arrow. It's time to rest now, Asterius. A broken bar, he whispered before releasing the arrow, letting it pierce straight through Asterius's heart. Comment 26. Vote to left. Chapter 135, his big sister. The only words Asterius's father, King Minos, ever said to him before sending him into the labyrinth were, you can only ever be a monster because you were born a beast. So even though he was not evil by nature, he did commit an evil act and crossed the line by killing and eating the boys and girls who were offered as sacrifices. From that moment on, there was no way out of the labyrinth for him. After exiting the labyrinth, Promise returned to the kingdom on Crete and informed King Minos of Asterius's defeat. The old king, seated on his throne with his long white beard flowing, sat in silent contemplation for a long time. I see a broken bar. Thank you, hero of Queen Hera. Looking at the young man in front of him, the king finally said, his voice a mix of relief and sadness. Promise merely nodded. After all, he had done all he could. He ended the curse that required the kingdom to sacrifice 6 pairs of youths each year, and in the end, he gave Asterius the peaceful slumber he had always longed for. However, as he had always done before, Promise declined any rewards of gold or riches and just requested that the word of his deeds be spread to the world, and then prepared to leave. Just as he reached the palace gates, King Minos called out to him. "Wait a broken bar, can I ask? What was his expression like in the end? Was it filled with hatred, anger, or?" "He was smiling," Promise replied, turning back to the aging king, and said in a soft voice, "I gave him a picture, and he fell asleep to it." So, in the end, he was smiling. With that, Promise left the kingdom. As he walked away, King Minos removed the crown from his head and, from atop his throne, bowed his head in gratitude. Leaving the palace behind, Promise made his way to a secluded beach where Pegasus, Helen, and a battered Theseus were waiting for him. At this moment, Theseus had fully come to terms with reality. Everything that just happened was not a dream. He really had escaped the labyrinth, and he really was face to face with Promise and Helen once more. Therefore, Theseus was very excited at this moment. When he saw Promise coming back, he stood up excitedly and waved to him. However, the latter, who was watching this scene, had a look of disdain on his face and said, "Theseus, you really can take a beating, huh? Guess those muscles aren't just for show." Theseus was a muscular man with blonde hair. Although his appearance was not very handsome, it was not bad. But that was not the point. Before Theseus could reply, Promise turned his attention to Pegasus beside him and pointed at Theseus before speaking without motion. "Kick him into the sea, Pegasus. I don't want to see his face for a while. It's irritating just to look at him." "Wait, what?" Theseus exclaimed and was about to say something, but it was too late. Pegasus immediately sent him flying with a powerful kick, and under Helen's subconscious following gaze, Theseus made a perfect arc in the air before splashing down into the water. "Brother Promise, what about Theseus? Shouldn't we help him?" Feeling a bit concerned as she watched the scene unfold, Helen was about to beg for mercy for Theseus when she turned around and saw Promise walking towards her with a warm smile. Although she really wanted to imagine that, but no way was that a warm smile. Seeing his cold eyes, Helen was so frightened that her words got stuck in her throat. "Helen, come here. Your brother Promise has something to talk to you," Promise said, waving her over with a gentle voice that carried an underlying edge. Seeing him standing aside and waving at her, the panicked Helen subconsciously looked towards Pegasus beside her, only to find that winged horse had already turned away, pointedly ignoring the situation. Clearly, Pegasus was well versed in staying out of trouble, having perfected the art through eating grass day after day. Left with no choice, Helen cautiously approached Promise and asked with her nervousness in her voice, Brother Promise, broken bar, are you angry?" "I'm not angry." "Why should I be angry?" Promise replied with a smile. "It's not like someone suddenly decided to stop listening, started lying, or acted all mischievous. And it's not like I'm not as strong as a little girl and was bullied by a little girl, right?" "No, I'm not angry. I'm not angry at all. But, Brother Promise, I'm really sorry." Helen stammered, trying to apologize, but Promise cut her off by grabbing her cheeks and pinching them firmly. "Sorry? What for? You didn't do anything wrong." "The only one who is wrong is me, and I'm definitely not angry." "I've already said that I'm not angry." "Not at all," Promise said, smiling through gritted teeth while squishing Helen's face. With her words muffled by her squished cheeks, Helen could only nod frantically. Pegasus, who was standing aside looking at the scene, looked at Promise with disdain. "You hold grudges against children too, and you don't even wait until the next day to get even." However, he only dared to look when Promise wasn't watching. Otherwise, if this guy really caught his gaze, he might really write his name on that notebook. After a while, Theseus crawled back onto the shore, drenched and exhausted. However, he barely had time to cough out a mouthful of seawater and had not yet recovered before Promise, without missing a beat, ordered, "Brother Pegasus, give him another kick." Wait a minute, Promise. "I'm sorry. I admitted I was wrong," Theseus pleaded desperately, looking at Theseus begging for mercy miserably in front of her, and then looking at Promise, who was still smiling at the side. Helen rubbed her sore cheeks and turned her head away. "If I feel bad when I watch, I'll just stop looking. Promise then turned to Helen with a smile. Helen, what do you think, huh? Helen blinked in surprise as she turned to look at the young man, who was looking at her. Are you still mad at him? Hearing his words, she looked at Theseus, who was looking at her pitifully, then looked at the ever-smiling Promise. She hesitated for a while before asking cautiously, Brother Promise, do you think this is okay? I don't know, so I'm asking you, the latter said with a smile. However, seeing his smile, she swallowed her saliva and said hesitantly in a low voice, well, maybe one more kick should do it. Helen, Theseus shouted in disbelief, staring at her with wide eyes. And then, the next second, it was another perfect parabola, falling into the sea. By the time Theseus finally climbed ashore from the sea, it was already a long time later and even the sky had darkened. Promise lit a bonfire, and Helen, who had been making a lot of noise, leaned on the Pegasus, squatting on the ground. Seeing Theseus flying and flying repeatedly, this little girl, who felt a bit pitiful, could not bear it anymore and fell asleep, and Pegasus skillfully used its silver-white wings to cover Helen like a quilt. While on the other side, I'm dying. If this continues, I'm really going to die. Just as Theseus was spitting out seawater frantically, feeling as if the entire world was spinning, a golden apple hit him on the head. Are you dead or not? If you're not dead, come crawling back. As Promise's emotionless voice sounded in his ears, he looked up at the boy, then looked at the golden apple that fell beside him. After hesitating for a moment, he picked it up and ate it, causing his energy and spirit to be restored in an instant. He then stood up, scratched his head, and sat down by the campfire. Looking at Promise in front of him, he opened his mouth hesitantly several times but didn't know what to say. I have learned what happened from several nymphs in the underworld. Seeing him fall silent, however, Promise spoke, licking the firewood for the fire as he said, you can come back because of the favor of Hades, the god of the underworld. As for the other guy, don't even think about it. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that this guy had gone up the mountain to study with him, which led to him meeting Chiron and eventually becoming his disciple, coupled with the fact that he had always taken good care of him, Promise would have already kicked him back to the underworld. Heading his words, Theseus was silent for a while before he said, so, I was able to come back because of you, Promise? The latter has no answer, but the lack of denial was already a reply. That great Hades, the god of the underworld, is also related to you. It was I who brought the goddess Persephone to the underworld, Promise said calmly. And she is the queen of the underworld. Not only that, but the goddess Persephone is also the daughter of the goddess Demeter. Seriously, for what you wanted to do, even dying 10 times wouldn't be enough. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. If it weren't for the fact that Helen had already fallen asleep on Pegasus, Promise would have asked the latter to kick him again. Theseus did not notice the malice in his eyes at this moment, as he was completely shocked by the amount of information contained in this sentence. He remained frozen for a long while before finally snapping out of it. I'm sorry. This time, Theseus genuinely apologized to Promise with his head bowed. What's the point of saying sorry to me? And aren't you the one who pursues justice? First, you abducted Helen, and now you plan to approach the goddess Persephone? Theseus, is this really how you pursue justice? Theseus did not reply, but bowed his head in shame. Seeing his battered and miserable appearance in front of him, Promise scoffed twice before saying, swim back by yourself, go to Helen's home, apologize to her parents, and seek their forgiveness as well as that of the goddess Persephone. Remember, you have about a month. If you can catch the departure of the Argo during this time, then good for you. If not, well, then you won't be boarding the ship. After speaking this, Promise looked at Theseus, who was stunned in front of him. And the gods will witness this moment. During this time, you are not allowed to use any tools. So now, run. Just as the words left his mouth, Theseus hadn't even fully grasped what was happening when, if that's the case, I shall witness this matter myself, came a voice from the shadows, beyond the light of the campfire. As the beautiful goddess Persephone emerged from the darkness. Chapter 136, Already having witnessed everything, she gazed at the young man in front of him with an incredibly gentle expression. After a long while, she turned her gaze to Theseus. "I am Persephone. For the sake of this child, promise, I will grant you this opportunity." As she finished speaking, a stalk of wheat appeared in Persephone's hand. She gently waved it over Theseus before lightly tapping his body. In an instant, all of Theseus' injuries were healed. As he looked at Persephone in shock, then looked at Promise standing beside him. Suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation, he gave a deep bow to Persephone and then, with utmost seriousness, looked at Promise and said, "I will make it in time." With that said, Theseus turned and leapt directly into the sea. Theseus, in the original myths, he was actually a hero second only to Heracles. He was the future king of Athens and regarded the goddess of wisdom, Athena, as his protector. In myth and legend, Theseus was even the son of Poseidon, the god of the sea, and a powerful demigod. Promise watched him go away, then looked at Persephone before finally breathing a sigh of relief. "So this child is Helen." As expected, she's incredibly adorable. Then Persephone walked over, gently poked the sleeping Helen's face, and after laughing, she turned to Promise, blinked at him, and said, "By the way, child, who do you think is more beautiful, Helen or me? Ahem. In my heart, the most beautiful goddess is, of course, the one I believe in as the most noble queen of the heavens, Hera." Promise replied righteously. Persephone wasn't angry at his words. Instead, she giggled, came over to where Promise was sitting, poked his cheek, and said with a smile, "You little trickster. By the way, without us realizing, our little Promise has grown up. Soon, you'll be getting married. When the time comes, you must make sure to invite me." Persephone, while saying this, tilted her head to glance at Helen nearby. Satisfied with what she saw, she nodded at Promise, who looked confused, and said, "And good, thank you for punishing your friend for me. He is your friend, and you must be feeling really bad in your heart, right?" Saying this, Persephone sat down beside Promise, then reached out and gently rested the boy's head on her lap, speaking with a soft smile, "All right, I know you're also very tired. Sleep now, have a good rest." She lightly stroked Promise's hair, and her voice carried a certain magic, making his initial desire to resist slowly fade as his eyelids grew heavy. Before long, he had fallen into a deep sleep. The next morning, when Helen rubbed her eyes and woke up, her violet eyes were stunned as they took in the sight of beautiful Persephone and Promise, who was peacefully sleeping on her lap. Looking at this scene in front of her, she sat up hastily, ready to question who this woman was, but Persephone simply raised her index finger to her lips, signaling Helen to stay quiet. "I am Persephone. As for who I am, well," recalling what Promise had said while he was beating up Theseus, she smiled brightly and softly said to Helen, "I'm Promise's big sister." Sometime later, "Helen, what's wrong?" Under the blue sky, on Pegasus's back, Promise poked Helen's puffed-up cheek, feeling a bit confused. "Did someone bully you?" "No one bullied me, it's just..." Helen turned her head to look at Promise, as her violet, enchanting eyes reflected the boy's figure. Once again realizing that her charm had no effect on him, Helen became even more dejected and lowered her head. Seeing her like this, Promise was puzzled, while Pegasus, who saw through it all, remained silent. "Cheer up," Promise said, pulling on Helen's cheek with a smile. "You'll soon be home, and you'll get to see your dear parents." However, the mention of home only made the little girl more downcast, and she looked like she was about to cry. "No." Promise tilted his head. "I don't want to go back." "Brother Promise, don't abandon me, please." Helen turned her head, pleadingly looking at Promise while grabbing his hand. "I want to go on adventures with you all." "Brother Promise, take me with you, please." Promise was taken aback by her words, clearly not expecting Helen to say such a thing. He was just about to refuse, when, "Of course you can." That long unheard, bell-like voice suddenly rang out, and the young man immediately felt a soft body pressing against him. A pair of delicate, white arms wrapped around his waist from behind, and a head rested on his shoulder. Those long, beautiful silver hair swayed gently in the breeze. After all, how could a boy refuse such a cute girl's request? Came the same seductive, enticing voice that always seemed to lure and guide. As if charmed by the familiar voice, Promise slightly turned his head and saw the flawless face resting on his shoulder and those eyes that represented absolute wisdom. The goddess of wisdom, Athena. She had returned. Promise quietly looked at her, and Pegasus slowed its flight, treading lightly in the blue sky. So, this was the oracle you had prepared all along? Promise asked thoughtfully, catching the faint fragrance that wafted toward him as he gazed at the beautiful goddess before him. His words made Athena's lips curl into a small smile, though she didn't answer directly. However, I've come to fulfill our agreement, Promise. And those 12 paintings of the Olympian gods. Let's begin again, little Promise. The journey is about to end, and the long-awaited adventure is about to begin. At that moment, in the ancient Temple of Fate, the little goddess of fate, Clotho, who had been cradling the crystal ball of fate in her arms, the one containing Promise's destiny, suddenly saw more and more threads of fate emerge from it. Under the astonished gaze of her sister Lachesis, an increasing number of threads began intertwining with Promise. At this moment, it was like the time when Persephone and Hades had crossed paths. But this time, it was different. Back then, they had sought Promise, but now, it was Promise's threads of fate that were actively seeking them. Clotho, what is your Promise up to again? Seeing this astonishing scene in front of her, Lachesis, the second sister, couldn't help but whisper in surprise. Clotho, however, didn't respond immediately, instead quietly observing everything. She calmly watched as the threads intertwined with the gods, mortals, and even the entire ancient Greek world. The goddess of wisdom has already completed the last piece of the puzzle, Clotho murmured, with not a hint of surprise in her voice as she looked upon the scene before her. It wasn't just Clotho. In fact, once people realized Athena had gone quiet, May had already started to suspect she was up to something big again. That goddess of wisdom. If you ever find her sitting still and behaving herself, do not doubt, do not hesitate, pack your things and run as far as you can. Because when she's quiet, she's definitely brewing mischief. She has now set the grandest stage for Promise, Clotho said softly, gazing at the crystal ball that was wrapped in threads of fate, intertwining the entire Temple of Destiny. And this next journey will impact the fate of the entire world. Lachesis was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at their eldest sister, who still remained expressionless. She glanced again at the crystal ball and felt a wave of dizziness. Not again. At that moment, as the threads of fate began to stir, the gods once more turned their gaze. It's happening. In the underworld, within the temple of the goddess Hecate, the goddess with an indifferent expression looked toward the temple of fate in the sky, her face showing neither joy nor sorrow. Then, get out of here. With a single swift movement, she kicked the unsuspecting Medea, who was sweeping the temple, out the door. On the holy mountain of Olympus, the goddess who wandered through the eternal gardens lifted her gaze. She was one of the Olympian gods, the most beautiful goddess in the world, the goddess of love, Aphrodite. For this once, her eyes drifted toward the mortal realm, toward the most beautiful woman in the world, Helen. On the throne of the king of gods, the ruler of ancient Greek mythology also raised his head at this moment. In his eyes, lightning flickered, and within his sight appeared a goddess. It was Thetis, the wise and gentle goddess of the sea. In the deepest depths of the ocean, within a grand temple, a towering god wielded his trident, gazing longingly at the sky. The sea churned and surged with the god's emotions. On the battlefield of the human world, the god of war, Ares, stood at the highest point of the bloody conflict between two armies, watching the fierce battle below and letting out a thunderous laugh. He was the embodiment of power, bloodlust, and disaster for mankind. The sounds of clashing weapons echoed in the air. Clap, clap. The eldest of the gods, Hestia, happily clapped her hands. Her gaze shifted toward the Temple of Fate, then toward the scattered Olympian gods across the world. Finally, her eyes fell upon Promise, who was sitting atop Pegasus. Sensing this, Athena, who was gently holding Promise in her embrace, looked up, meeting her gaze from afar and offering her a warm smile in return. "Ah, I've been waiting for this moment for so long," Hestia said. "Now things can finally get lively again." At that instant, it was as if something had been awakened. In the deepest part of the underworld, within the prison that suppressed ancient gods, where even the concepts of time and space ceased to exist, to the eternal cage, the abyss of Tartarus, a monstrous figure slowly lifted its head. It was Typhon, the greatest enemy of Zeus, the only being in Greek mythology who nearly toppled the rule of Olympus. The father of all monsters, Sir Typhon. Meanwhile, at the very beginning, in the kingdom of Iolcus, the homeland of Jason, a great ship, built from sacred wood that would never decay and crafted to never sink, was anchored along the coast. Jason, with his golden hair and blue eyes, stood proudly before it, his expression full of pride. Beside him were the giant deer hunter Actaeon, Meleager, the prince of Calydon, and Orpheus, the son of the god of light, Apollo. They had already arrived. They gazed upon the great ship, which would carry them far across the seas, embarking on the legendary adventure of the Argo. The eyes of all those present were filled with anticipation and excitement. This was the myth second only to the Trojan War in ancient Greek legend. This was the epic adventure where the greatest Greek heroes gathered as one. The gods turned their attention to it, and the heroes prepared to raise the sails, ready to set out on their voyage. So Jason turned his head, looking at the gathered heroes before him. And then he asked the most pressing question of the moment: when is Promise finally coming back? Comment 24. Vote to left. Chapter 137, I'm not the petty hero. It's almost back. The journey was nearing its end, and the boy knew it. Well, there was no way around it. As the goddess of wisdom returned to the boy's side, and the majestic Argo docked in the kingdom's harbor, the gods also realized that the adventure they had been anticipating for a long time was finally about to start. The heroes had already gathered over the past year, talking, laughing, and most importantly, waiting. Yes, waiting for the boy to return, for only he could begin this mythical tale that would be famous throughout the ages to come. Only he could raise the sails to guide the gathered heroes and the Argo toward the horizon. At that moment, all eyes were set, once again, on the young man, and as if sensing all this, the man in the focal point of all this, turned his head slightly while riding Pegasus, his emerald eyes gazing toward the direction of the Argo. It seems the journey should indeed end soon, the boy, known as Promise, said quietly. But the adventure has only just begun. Athena, who was lightly holding his waist, winked playfully at him and smiled. I'm really looking forward to it, Promise. Are you looking forward to it? Of course, the latter smiled back at her as he said. After all, I've been waiting a long time for this, whether it's for the adventure or for the grand ending. No further words were necessary. When Athena, the goddess of wisdom, who had been absent for so long, reappeared, and when all the legendary heroes gathered together, Promise already understood one thing. His story would end with this final adventure, and he had been waiting for this for a long time. A mere broken bar brother Promise. Sitting in front of him, Helen, who had been watching the two of them staring at each other without speaking anything, felt a bit out of place, and finally couldn't help but speak up, tugging on Promise's sleeve. Who is this beautiful lady? However, before the boy could answer, Athena smiled proudly and spoke on his behalf. I'm Promise's goddess. Eh? Hearing this, Helen was shocked. The great lady Hera? Of course not. Athena puffed her cheeks. I'm the noble goddess of wisdom, not that petty Hera. Petty? You stole all the golden apples from Goddess Hera's tree and now you accuse others of being narrow-minded. Athena seemed to catch on to Promise's thoughts and shot him a glance, reaching out as she had done in the past to pinch his cheek before saying, You think this is all my fault, don't you? If it weren't for that golden apple mess, would I have abandoned my wisdom and done such a theft which would surely be discovered? The goddess of wisdom, could it be, the noble Lady Athena? Hearing her words, Helen, who was now even more shocked, looked toward Athena. But soon, confusion clouded her violet eyes, and she hesitantly asked, "But isn't Brother Promise's goddess the great goddess Hera broken bar?" As Helen spoke, her voice became lower and lower because she realized that she had said something very stupid. Athena didn't mind, though. This wasn't the first time she had heard something like this. So, she simply smiled brightly and replied, "Well, once he's done with Hera, he'll be mine." With that said, she glared at Promise. "So, when exactly are you going to stop with her?" Nay, Pegasus, who had been calmly trotting along, also joined in the teasing, as if echoing Athena's question. "Yes, when will you stop? When will things finally heat up?" After all, Pegasus's love for eating grass began with this situation. Back during the Caledonian Boar incident, when Hera appeared and quarreled with Athena over the ownership of the Promise, Pegasus discovered for the first time that the grass was so delicious. Eating grass had never been so joyous. However, it was this look and sound that made Promise glance at Pegasus as he made a mental note. "Although I can't afford to mess with the goddesses, but I can deal with you, Pegasus." Then, subtly shifting the topic, Promise asked Athena, "So, noble and beautiful goddess Athena, how long will it take for the adventure to begin?" Seeing him avoiding the topic once again, Athena couldn't help but pout, but she didn't continue to make trouble. After all, in her eyes, it was only a matter of time. "The start of the adventure? Well, that of course depends on you." "Me?" Promise looked at Athena in confusion. The latter chuckled softly before explaining, "When the heroes set sail, and the gods turn their gaze towards you, it is the trial you sought from the most honored goddess of Hera. That's where it begins. You are the cause of all this, and throughout this journey, whether those who've encountered you or those who've heard your legend, they all came together because of you. So naturally, it can only be you who raises the sails and leads the heroes to the sea." As soon as Athena finished speaking, Helen turned her head and looked at the boy with a gaze filled with admiration. Not only that, she subtly shifted closer to him, as if wanting to stay as close as possible. Even though this beautiful woman who had just appeared was a goddess, and one even more esteemed than the previous goddess, Persephone, Helen didn't like her, because from the moment Athena arrived, Helen realized that Brother Promise's eyes no longer focused on her. Before Athena's arrival, the way he appeared in Helen's eyes was that of a powerful hero and a gentle brother figure. Even with his slightly childish, vengeful, and mischievous tendencies, those imperfections only made her like him more. But the moment Athena showed up, Helen suddenly felt that Promise had changed. It was a feeling she didn't know and couldn't quite describe, but it made her realize one thing clearly: this goddess could easily steal him away. There was no doubt, Helen had grown fond of Promise. Although their time together had been short, because of her siblings she had known of him for a long time. And when they finally met, he had saved her. She had witnessed his bravery and charm, and had also discovered his cute side. But what made Promise even more special to her was that he was the only person who had not been affected by her magic eyes so far. So with all these factors added up, even if the emotions in her heart had not yet evolved into love, there was no doubt that Helen at this moment admired the boy very much. And, being a devotee of Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty, she knew exactly what to do in this situation. Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty, was one of the 12 Olympian gods and goddesses, renowned as the most beautiful deity. She was also the legitimate wife of Hephaestus, the god of craftsmanship, who just so happened to be Promise's teacher. Aphrodite, the goddess of love and also of lust and desire, had indeed taught Helen well. Aphrodite, the goddess of love, had a rather problematic personality. Problematic was a bit of an understatement. After all, her personality could even be described as downright malicious. Though she was the goddess of love, Aphrodite herself was unable to control her own love life. She had always been toyed with by fate and never truly found her own happiness. As a result, she cursed all of humanity, ensuring that no one would ever experience the so-called perfect love. To do this, she filled the path of love with shadows of doubt, worry, pain, and sorrow. Moreover, Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty and desire, follows her desires without any restraint, doing as she pleased. So, if there was something or someone she wanted to get, she would reach out and take it, making them hers by any means necessary, no matter the methods, no matter the means. Chapter 138, Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty, and Helen. Goddess Aphrodite once told Helen, "You will become the most beautiful woman on earth, and every man will fall at your feet. You have the right to enjoy everything and claim everything for yourself. Men will fight wars for your smile, and they will kill for the chance to win your favor. You can trample all men beneath your feet." Helen sought to capture Promise, or rather, she wanted to make the boy hers. Athena obviously noticed this. Her eyes, representing absolute wisdom, quietly observed the little girl for a moment before looking away. Well, this wasn't the first time she had seen someone desire Promise. So, she felt a bit uninterested and she turned her attention back to Promise. Promise, on the other hand, didn't notice Helen's actions at all. After all, in his mind, anyone who could have feelings for a Lily of 11 or 12 years old should die. "So, when are you planning to go back?" Athena rested her head on his shoulder, smiling softly as she asked. Her long, silver hair gently swayed in the breeze, carrying a pleasant fragrance. "I promised Theseus I'd give him a month," Promise said, pausing briefly before continuing. "But I imagine it'll take a bit more time to prepare for the real departure. It's time for me to head back. I think Jason has probably been waiting for me for a long time now." Promise smiled. Nearby, Pegasus, upon hearing his words, seemed to hesitate as if wanting to say something. It was really curious, was this Jason guy even still alive? After all, since joining Promise on his journey, Pegasus had noticed something peculiar. Every time they found someone, the person meeting Promise would say words like, "Teacher Chiron must have lost his mind, letting you leave the mountain," or "When you see that Jason, punch him for me." So, it was a bit doubtful whether this fellow was still breathing somewhere or not. "So, before that, my final battle. The only thing that is left is your homeland, Helen." As he said that, Promise patted her head. "Wait, brother Promise, are you really still not going to take Helen with you?" Hearing this, Helen became anxious. She blinked rapidly at the boy, desperately hoping her magic eyes would work. But Promise just looked at her, confused, wondering if she had something stuck in her eye. "No matter what, I have to take you back home," Promise responded. "That bastard Theseus kidnapped you, and your father must have been very worried. Even if you want to join us on this adventure, you'll still need your parents' permission, right?" Promise's words were quite reasonable. After all, this was Athena's oracle, so, even though he felt a bit uneasy about bringing Helen aboard because of the fact that, in the myths, she had never been on board the ship at all, Promise still accepted it. His reasoning was so straightforward that Helen couldn't argue against it. She instinctively wanted to seek help from Athena, but when she looked around to ask, the goddess had suddenly disappeared. Athena had left. In fact, she knew and understood him too deeply that even without Promise's words, she knew exactly what he intended to do next. The reason she left was simple: if she didn't, Hera was about to show up and kick her out. Maybe it was because they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Athena couldn't help herself but show a bit too much affection. Originally, the situation with the golden apple hadn't been fully resolved yet, but since Athena had helped build the Argo, Hera had decided to tolerate it for a while, turning a blind eye. As a result, knowing full well that Hera was watching them, Athena still continued to tease and tempt Promise right in front of her. Just because it's Hera doesn't mean you can get away with everything, right? Well, although it was not a green hat in a proper sense, but Promise was still her beloved follower. So now, a frustrated and angry Hera was chasing Athena all over the place. "Why do I feel like Athena is actually enjoying this?" Persephone, who had yet to leave, tilted her head as she watched bolts of lightning rain down on Athena, who was still running around leisurely, taunting and teasing Hera with each step. Next to her, Hermes, who was never one to miss out on such entertainment, patted her shoulder and said, "There's no doubt it's definitely intentional. And I bet, no, I know it's because of Promise," Hermes said, grinning, unable to hide his amusement. Persephone looked at Hermes a bit curiously. "What does this have to do with that child?" "Oh, it has everything to do with him." "You really think Athena doesn't care?" Hermes chuckled and said, "She always gets what she wants and has never failed once, but she keeps hitting a wall with Promise. Do you know many times he has rejected her?" "Think about it." Hearing his words, Persephone thought for a moment, then suddenly understood. She glanced back at Athena, who was still being playful despite the chase, and couldn't help but laugh. "I never would have guessed that she could be this cute." "Oh, you haven't seen anything yet." "You should have seen her when she couldn't get her hands on the golden apple. It was like she lost her mind." Hermes hadn't even finished bragging when, in Persephone's dull eyes, he was suddenly launched like a shooting star into the distance. In the next moment, Athena, who had been running away, stood in the distance holding a spear, having just hurled it at Hermes. As Hermes flew off, Hera nonchalantly tossed a bolt of lightning in his direction, delivering a second, precise strike. Persephone, who was watching this scene in stunned silence, swallowed nervously. At this moment, she had thoroughly realized that through the gossip was sweet, only the powerful could indulge in it. So, she forced a stiff smile, then she quickly turned and left, and so, 4 more days passed. 4 days later, in the kingdom of Sparta, Promise walked out of the palace with a somewhat troubled expression on his face, while Helen followed closely behind him, looking extremely happy. "It's so strange. How can there be parents like this?" "They agreed way too quickly," a broken bar he muttered, glancing at the little girl beside him in confusion. Just a short while ago, he had met her parents, and Helen's return had brought them to tears of joy. There was no doubt that they still cared a great deal about Helen, so Promise had originally thought that getting their approval to let her leave would require significant effort. Not. To be honest, he thought they might not agree to let her leave with him. So, he was already prepared to use his impressive skills to either negotiate with them or slip away, but in fact, Helen only had to say a few words in front of them, and they agreed without hesitation, showing no concern at all. Promise found it incomprehensible but also quite shocking. Helen, however, averted her gaze guiltily when she noticed his look. She actually felt a little guilty. After all, she used her magic eye on her parents and forced them to agree to something. "Brother Promise, this means I can go on the adventure with you, right?" However, although she felt a little guilty, Helen was mostly filled with excitement at the thought of following Promise on an adventure alongside so many heroes. Yes. Seeing the eager look in her eyes, Promise couldn't help but smile and nod. After all, her parents had agreed, and Helen's brother and sister were also on the ship, so he wasn't much averse to her joining. Not to mention, this was an oracle given to him by Goddess Athena. With no reason to refuse, Promise agreed. As soon as he nodded, Helen's heart, which had been anxious, finally settled down. Excited, she reached out to grab his hand and was just about to say something when her eyes inadvertently caught sight of something. The moment she saw the beautiful red figure, she froze. The two looked at each other for a while as the figure gave Helen a small nod before turning to leave. Seeing this, Helen hesitated for a moment, then lowered her head and said to Promise, "Brother Promise, Helen just remembered. Now that I'm back, I should go visit my goddess to inform her." Promise didn't think much of it and agreed. So, Helen quickly arranged for a few palace attendants to take care of Promise, then hurriedly followed the red figure all the way to the temple. It was the temple of Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty. Next to the holy pool outside the temple, Helen soon found the goddess sitting there with her head tilted slightly as if lost in thought. Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty, the most beautiful goddess in existence. However, before Helen, who was walking towards her and looking at the goddess in front of her, could even say a word, The first sentence of the goddess of beauty Aphrodite contained so much information that he was stunned on the spot. "I know him." Aphrodite lightly gritted her teeth, saying, "He's a follower of Hera, and he's also the student of my dear husband, Hephaestus, who once humiliated me." Comment 24. Vote to left. Chapter 139, Banquet and the protagonists. By the time Helen came back after meeting her goddess, it was already quite late. The goddess of night, Nyx, had already brought forth the night and adorned the sky with stars. However, despite the nightfall, the palace of Sparta was unusually lively that evening. Nobles of the kingdom were dressed in their finest attire, as King of Sparta hosted a grand banquet. The main focus, or say protagonists, of this banquet was none other than the returning Helen, as well as the hero Promise broken bar. This was mainly a celebration for them. By the way, a side note, the patron deity of Sparta wasn't the god of war, Ares, but Apollo, the god of light. After all, Ares may have been the god of war and battle frenzy, but he didn't care about victory. Thus, the seers of the kingdom had already recognized who Promise was when they saw him standing under the favor of god Apollo's light. And since this was their home ground, Apollo had even issued an oracle beforehand instructing them to ensure Promise was properly welcomed. As a result, the boy was soon persuaded to attend the banquet. At first, to him, it was just a small matter, but what he didn't expect was that this decision of his would attract the attention of his patron goddess, Hera, the queen of the gods. As the dignified and regal goddess appeared in front of him, accompanied by several nymphs, all carrying exquisite garments in their habits. In that moment, looking at the goddess's eyes lighting up as she dismissed all the palace maids and focused solely on him, Promise immediately had a very bad premonition in his heart. "Promise, you are a child of me, Hera, queen of the gods. So, wherever you go, you must always be the center of attention, the focus of all eyes, and you are so adorable, child. You should have long been attending all sorts of grand events, making everyone fascinated by you and fall in love with you." With that said, Promise's bad premonition was immediately confirmed. From that day on, the boy developed a certain psychological shadow about banquets. As for the next 3 hours, Promise became a dress-up doll in Hera's hands. However, even after dressing up in many attires one after the other, the one who finally decided his outfit in the end was not Hera, but Athena, who had blended in at some point without anyone noticing. After trying for some time, the radiant gold color, mysterious black, and even flawless white were all deemed unsuitable for Promise. So, from the countless elegant outfits, Athena finally selected a serene and gentle light blue. She handed the clothing to Hera, and the moment the Queen of Olympus personally dressed him in it, the exquisitely crafted garment, paired with his dazzling emerald eyes and a touch of romantic charm from poets and painters, made the accompanying nymphs freeze in awe. "Perfect." Looking at the young man dressed just the way he should have been, Hera exclaimed excitedly, clapping her hands with Athena in celebration. However, just as she was about to praise her for a job well done, she paused for a moment. "Wait, Athena, why are you here?" "Oh dear, I've been found out." Athena giggled mischievously, then without waiting for Hera to react to the sudden surprise, she winked at Promise before turning around and dashing out of the room. Hera was about to get angry at this naughty goddess when she suddenly realized something was terribly wrong with the number of people in the room. No, wasn't it just me? As she swept her amber eyes around the room, her face immediately darkened. Good grief! There was her elder sister Hestia winking at her, Persephone gasping in admiration at Promise, and even Artemis, dressed in a stunning gown herself, eyeing Promise, eager to try something. "You guys, can't you stop eyeing someone else's things for even a single day?" With that, Hera forcefully dragged away Artemis, who was shouting that she didn't want to go and insisting on joining Promise at the banquet. At this moment, the Queen of Heaven finally realized that she needed to be more vigilant in guarding Promise. Otherwise, This precious cabbage would be snatched away sooner or later. While his goddess was chasing others away, Promise finally made his way to the banquet. Having left the nightmare of the changing room behind, he hoped to finally breathe a sigh of relief and relax at the Spartan Kingdom's banquet. As a result, in the next moment, he found that everyone's eyes were focused on him. As Hera had said, the moment he arrived, he immediately became the very center of attention. Everyone was amazed by his arrival, and some even exclaimed that the great god of light, Apollo, himself had descended. Well, if one thought about it carefully, it kind of made sense. After all, not only did he have an outstanding foundation, but he was also wearing a gown personally chosen and provided by Queen Hera herself, and the goddesses were the ones who had picked out his attire. As the evening progressed, many people couldn't resist approaching Promise. Countless noblewomen and ladies cast flirtatious glances in his direction. Well, to all this, all Promise could do in response was smile politely. As time went by, he was having thoughts about escaping from the banquet, but the thought of possibly running into the goddesses again made him pause in fear, leaving him stuck between a rock and a hard place. Just as he was conducted and afraid, the other main guest of the evening, Helen, finally made her appearance. And the moment she stepped in, nearly everyone in the banquet hall instinctively held their breath, and looked at her with disbelief on their face. Helen had been kept hidden for a long time due to her growing beauty and the uncontrollable magic in her eyes. Like a caged golden canary, she had been protected from the outside world. Thus, this was her first time attending a royal banquet. At that moment, she was wearing a light rose-colored gown, crafted by the goddess of beauty, Aphrodite herself. Combined with her porcelain-like skin, flowing golden hair, and a face that could harm countries, Helen resembled the most perfect creation of a divine craftsman. Even without the influence of her magic eyes, just her presence at this one banquet was enough for her beauty to become the talk of the entire ancient Greek world. Faced with such unparalleled beauty, none of the women present could even muster jealousy. The gap was simply too wide. "Brother Promise," Helen called sweetly as she smiled, like a sprite from a painting, and skipped toward him. Although her gown, crafted by the goddess of beauty, added an enchanting allure to her. However, her innocent and pure gaze carried a contrasting childlike innocence. Two completely different qualities, seductive and pure, emerged perfectly within Helen at the same time, without clashing. After all, she was destined to become the most beautiful woman in all of Greek mythology. Standing side by side, Promise and Helen naturally became the center of attention, while everyone else at the banquet faded into the background. "Brother Promise, does Helen look pretty?" the little girl asked, twirling playfully in front of him, her excitement bubbling over. "Yes, you look beautiful," while Promise answered with a smile. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The beauty that launched 1,000 ships. No wonder she would ignite the Trojan War in the future and lead to the deaths of countless heroes. Really cute. No. I really need to get her to change her belief and worship Hera. Otherwise, Zeus will harm her sooner or later. Chapter 140, That painting will be etched in the sky, eternal and unchanging. That's great. After all, this gown was made by. Taking to the boy, Helen nearly mentioned goddess of beauty, Aphrodite's name, but quickly caught herself, covering her mouth in alarm. Then she glanced nervously at Promise, and soon felt relieved when she realized he hadn't noticed. Letting out a soft sigh of relief, she remembered the promise she had made to Brother Promise, not to lie to him. So, if he had really asked, things would have gotten quite complicated. Thinking about the goddess Aphrodite, thinking about what her goddess told her in the temple, and looking at the boy in front of her, Helen was stunned for a moment, staring blankly. "Is something wrong?" Promise asked, noticing her gaze. "Is there something wrong with my outfit?" "That can't be right. After all, it was Goddess Athena herself who picked it out for me." "Oh, no, nothing's wrong." Helen quickly waved her hands in denial, flustered. "You look very handsome, really good, and very, very beautiful." "Beautiful?" Promise chuckled, feeling a bit speechless as he flicked her forehead playfully. Helen, that's not a word you use to describe a guy. In that moment, he also started to understand why Goddess Athena, Hera and the others had enjoyed teasing him earlier. When faced with something cute, it was hard to resist wanting to poke fun. But you are really beautiful. Helen covered her forehead and muttered softly. When Promise saw this, he couldn't help but think about the scene when Helen finally boarded the ship. Once this girl got on board, she would probably become the little princess of the Argo in no time. By the way, if Helen really established good relationships with all the members of the Argon, what would the future Trojan War turn into? But come to think of it, that probably has nothing to do with me anymore. After all, this adventure is my final destination. Brother Promise, Brother Promise. As he was lost in thought, Helen gently tugged on Promise's clothes. And when the boy finally came back to his senses, she was looking up at him with expectant eyes, blinking, as she asked, Brother Promise, would you dance with Helen? As she spoke, a faint blush appeared on Helen's face. After all, at a banquet like this, a woman inviting a man to dance often carried a deeper meaning. But the result was that Promise refused without even thinking about it. However, seeing Helen's face look like the sky had fallen, he shrugged and explained, because I don't know how to dance at all. Promise had never learned. He didn't think it was useful. Well, basically useless. The centaur sage Chiron had actually considered teaching him. At one point, Chiron even had a thought similar to Jason's. Perhaps if Promise learned these things, he could easily hook up with a rich lady after leaving the mountain. In the end, instead of meeting any rich ladies, goddesses appeared one after another as if they were free. Not knowing. Doesn't matter. Helen can teach you. Brother Promise is so smart. You'll definitely learn in no time. Helen, snapping back to herself, quickly tried to persuade him further. No, it's not possible. Promise smiled, ruffling her hair as he said, I am a devoted follower of Goddess Hera. I can't do anything that would bring shame to Queen Hera. Upon hearing this, Helen bit her lip in frustration. Damn Hera. Just as Helen was feeling a bit upset, she suddenly noticed that Promise seemed a little distracted. Following his gaze around the room, she saw that many people were subtly watching them, and she quickly realized the truth. She understood that Brother Promise didn't really enjoy being here. So, Helen took the boy's hand and led him away. With the gentle night breeze and the soft moonlight illuminating their path, Helen and Promise walked along the palace corridor. Every now and then, the girl would glance at him. Is something the matter? Seeing this, Promise couldn't help but ask curiously. He had actually noticed for a while now that Helen had been acting strange ever since she returned from the temple. However, he didn't think much about it, thinking that she was afraid of being scolded or something. Upon hearing his question, Helen remained silent for a while. Then, when she raised her head, her enchanting violet eyes looked at Promise with hesitation, before she asked him a question that took him completely by surprise. Brother Promise, why do you always make your life so difficult? When Helen asked this, her eyes were filled with a hint of sadness as she looked at him. In fact, Helen already knows everything. She knows that Brother Promise is truly an amazing person, a very amazing person. At the temple, the reason Helen returned so late was because she had asked her goddess about Promise, and for some unknown reason, Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, told her everything she knew. When Helen learned of everything Promise had done so far, her first thought wasn't about how remarkable he was or that he was a great hero. Instead, she thought about that night when Promise had arm wrestled with her, lost to her, and then sulked while fighting and arguing with Pegasus. But it must be exhausting, walking this path all the way until now. Helen couldn't help but say to Promise, so isn't it already good enough? Brother Promise, you've already done so much and so well. Since that's the case, why not try to stop and take a little rest? Helen, do you not want to go on this adventure with us? After thinking for a moment, Promise couldn't help but ask this question. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, he felt a light tap on his head, as if someone was irritated with him. Confused, he glanced around, But there was no one. Of course not. Helen quickly shook her head in denial. Looking at him, she continued, I just feel like Brother Promise has done so much, worked so hard, and yet has neither received the reward nor happiness you deserve. I think it's just too unfair. Hearing this, Promise finally understood. Looking at Helen, whose eyes were filled with both concern and frustration, he couldn't help but smile as he said, I really am slow to realize things. Now that I think about it, the question the goddess of fate, Clotho and Atalanta, asked me a while back was probably the same. If Helen had an age, a stray hair, it would definitely have been standing alert at this moment. They asked me if even after all this, I still sought to become a hero, if I was searching for that grand ending. Now that I think about it, what they truly meant was this, wasn't it? After all, thinking about it carefully, both Atalanta and Clotho were a bit reserved, just a little bit, dear, really. They were never frank with their words, so, even though they cared, they wouldn't say it out loud. So, they probably meant this, right? So, of course, my answer will remain the same, because this is the life I've chosen for and by myself. Even though it is steep and challenging all along, it is also incredibly beautiful. And walking this path, I've seen and even participated in the things that most people will never even witness in their lifetime. So, Helen, I think this is fair after all, and I have always been happy. And now, I'm very close to achieving it, so much so that I can barely contain my excitement. Promise said, then smiled as he reached out, drawing from the night sky a pure white paintbrush, lifting his gaze toward the starry heavens above. In Helen's eyes, at that moment, the boy before her seemed as though he was holding the whole world in his hands. So, come on, let me leave that painting behind in this world, a painting that will astonish the entire world, and it will be etched in the sky forever, eternal and unchanging. Comment 34. Comment. Vote to left. Chapter 141, Jason. Welcome back, Promise. A week later, in the morning, at the coastal area of the kingdom of Iolcus, the hero Jason, with his golden hair and sapphire eyes, sat on the deck of the Argo, which was docked at the harbor. The sea breeze gently blew through his short golden locks, while the bright sunshine bathed him in warmth. Today was a rare beautiful day, with the sky a brilliant blue and the waves softly rolling in. Since the construction of the Argo and its mooring here, Jason had never left the ship. He had been guarding it all this time, because from the moment it was built, he had a feeling that this ship would be the greatest glory of his life. And more than that, it was tied to the promise he had made. The promise he made to that person. Even though more than a year had passed since then, Jason could still vividly remember that day. Whenever he thought of it, it still felt like it had just happened yesterday. At the grand sacrifice hosted by his uncle, Peleus, Queen Hera herself had revealed her divine presence, appearing before everyone, but she seemed to have recognized the wrong person. She had mistaken the man named Jason for Promise. Thinking of this, Jason couldn't help but chuckle softly as he sat there. Of course, to him, that detail didn't matter and he didn't care. What truly mattered was what happened afterward when facing Queen Hera, his uncle Peleus, who had usurped the throne that belonged to him in front of everyone else in the kingdom. Promise had spoken those unforgettable words, I swear before the gods, Jason truly is a hero of great stature, a courageous man worthy of his title. Even though so much time had passed, those words still echoed in Jason's ears. Before he went down from the mountain, Promise had vowed to Jason that he would help the man reclaim his throne. That was the reason Jason had secretly brought him down from the mountain. And it was also the reason why, whenever someone came to this place, they would take it out on Jason and give him a good thrashing. That day, Promise, after saying those words, had asked Hera for a trial. To be honest, at first, I didn't really care about that oath, Jason suddenly said, speaking into the sea breeze. Because he had sensed the familiar footsteps approaching behind him. The person he had been waiting for more than a year finally came back. Although I was a little impressed and tempted, Deep down in my heart I always believed you wouldn't be able to pull it off. After all, a broken bar, you were the weakest among us, he said, gazing out at the distant horizon of the sea. Then, without waiting for the person behind him to respond, he continued, the real reason why I decided to take you down the mountain was actually because many people on the mountain had already left. Besides, I also thought that they were being too soft on you. No one wanted to crush that unrealistic dream of becoming a hero, so I figured I'd be the one to bring you down. Well, even though you're not as handsome and charming as me, you weren't too bad either. With your art and musical skills, I thought with my help you could easily snag a rich lady. Jason laughed, revealing the truth of the past. And once I reclaimed my sacred kingship and throne, I could make sure you would no longer have any worries about food and clothing, so that you would live in luxury for the rest of your life. Wouldn't that be better than rotting away on that mountain? His laughter echoed as he shared his candid thoughts from that time. When he finished speaking, the returned boy had already taken a seat beside him. The boy also smiled, the sea breeze blowing through his black hair, with a silver strand tied into his artistic ponytail. You're only telling me this now? The boy named Promise said with a grin. Well, I didn't expect you to be gone for so long, and I certainly didn't expect your journey to be so very turbulent. Jason laughed again, not turning his head as he said, when the bards began singing of your legends here, when our friends arrived here and told tales of your deeds of broken barrow, and also beat me for it, I often felt like it wasn't real, because you were always the weakest among us. But somehow, I also felt that all this was completely natural, because you are my friend, Promise. And how could someone like you be ordinary? But now, after more than a year, and as we're finally about to embark on this adventure together, I feel like I need to finally ask you about something that's been bothering me all this time. Having said that, Jason finally turned his head and looked at the young man beside him with an extremely serious expression. With black hair and emerald eyes, the person in front of him was no longer the Matilda Macron young man he once was. Much of his earlier innocence had been wiped away by the journey over the past year. Promise, do you really believe that I am a hero? Yes, I do, the latter answered without hesitation, nodding his head. Even though you're proud, arrogant, and a bit of a womanizer, always exaggerating your might and acting recklessly without actually considering the situation, constantly avoiding problems and being a coward. Hey, Jason's eyes widened at his words. Is he ever going to stop? Not, right? But in my eyes, you are still a hero and a brave man. Promise smiled once again as he said. So there's no need to be afraid or worried. You just need to hold your head high with pride. Jason looked at the young man for a long moment, his gaze complicated. Then, as if he had been fully recharged, he proudly lifted his head and said, of course. And who said I was ever afraid or worried? I am Jason, after all. Oh, by the way, speaking of this, you owe me a painting, don't you? It's about the time you draw one for me. I remember asking you for one when we first came down the mountain. Looking at the yellow hair, who was looking at him expectantly, Promise only had a look of contempt on his face as he said, are you worthy of it? No. You just said I'm a warrior and a hero. How do I not deserve it? So all that talk just now was to trick me into giving you a painting, wasn't it? Fine, if you won't paint for me now, just watch. Jason, acting like a child throwing a tantrum, stood up abruptly and pointed his finger dramatically toward the distant sea, speaking with high spirit. One day, just wait and see, when that day comes, I will make you beg me to paint. When you all reach the island of the Golden Fleece under my heroic command, and I lead everyone to retrieve that priceless treasure, when the whole world sings my praises and the gods themselves celebrate me, then, Promise, even if you beg to paint me, I won't let you. This guy's old habits are acting up again. A broken bar, Promise thought to himself. And so, Promise, you better make sure you watch me closely. Don't even think about dying so easily in the middle of the journey. Jason stood up, lowered his head, and looked seriously at the boy, who was slightly stunned at the moment, and said, You have promised to help me regain the throne, so you need to be there with me until the end. Do you understand? Promise tilted his head slightly, looking at him before he smiled again and said, "That's why I have already told you. You're a hero." Clearly, Jason had realized, or at least guessed the truth. He had guessed that this adventure might very well be the final chapter for someone. "All right, then," Promise said, "I'll promise you this. At the end, I'll paint a portrait for you. And, Jason, you should be proud. So far, I've only painted one hero's portrait. The only hero whose portrait Promise had painted so far was Atalanta. I'm not the first." "That's the biggest mistake on your part," Jason complained, but he couldn't help but smile. His mood clearly lifted. "By the way, did you bring any wine?" He sat back down, eagerly urging Promise. "It's been so long since we've seen each other. How can we not have a drink under such circumstances?" "Nope." The latter, however, shook his head and replied casually, "Goddess Hera and Athena have always forbidden me to drink." Thinking about it carefully, it was true that during the entire year of his journey, Promise had never touched a drop of alcohol, which was a strange outrageous thing in the ancient Greece, the era of the Greek gods. After all, in this world, legends of heroes were almost always accompanied by fine wine. It's important to remember that the future god who would replace the elder sister Hestia and become one of the 12 Olympians in the future was none other than Dionysus, the god of wine. However, even when they were on the mountain, the centaur sage Chiron did not allow Promise to touch alcohol. He didn't even allow Promise to hang around when Heracles and the others started drinking. After all, after drinking, those people did not hold back when it came to their attacks. Hearing this, Jason gave Promise a speechless look. "Are you their child or something?" Thinking of this, Jason recalled the legends he had heard from the poets and the experiences he had heard from his friends who had arrived. "Now that I think about it, the gods seem to like you a lot, right?" "It's not that big of a deal," Promise said, tilting his head casually. Even a lot would be an understatement in his case. Oh, Jason, who had never seen anything with his own eyes, didn't press further and completely lost interest. Promise's indifferent answer didn't make it seem like anything special. "Speaking of which, Promise," he continued, "the way you came back return was rather low-key, wasn't it? I heard from everyone that you stirred up quite a bit of trouble over the past year and even caught a falling star or something. So how do you think I should have returned?" Hearing his words, the boy raised an eyebrow, looking at Jason, who had now completely relaxed and was back to his usual unpredictable self. "Well, you should have fallen from the sky riding that meteor, or appeared during one of our big feasts, making the most dramatic entrance ever, so that all the men present will be shocked by you, and all the women will be unable to take their eyes off you," Jason said, half-jokingly. However, his words made Promise suddenly recall something. His expression changed, and he shivered, wrapping his arms around himself. "What's wrong with you?" Jason asked, puzzled at his reaction. "Nothing. It's just a broken bar. I remembered some unpleasant experiences," Promise replied, shaking his head. "Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Come on, Jason. I've got a companion to introduce to you." Promise stood up. The companion he was referring to was naturally Helen, who followed him. "Her name is Helen. Goddess Athena left me with an oracle, instructing me to bring her on this adventure. By the way, kid, let me warn you first, you'd better behave yourself when you meet her later, or else." Promise shot Jason a warning look as he said, "Just so you know, because of her, Theseus might not even be able to take the adventure." What happened?" Hearing his words, Jason tilted his head in confusion, then said, "Oh, either way, speaking of that, Promise, your little lover also arrived a few days ago." "My lover?" However, the latter looked at him in confusion. "Who are you talking about?" "Come on, you don't need to hide anything from your good buddy here." Jason laughed, throwing an arm around Promise's shoulders. "You have a good eye. She's a beauty, I tell you." Even I was taken aback when I saw her, you know. My heart was racing the whole time. "Good for you, man. You finally opened your eyes to the beauty of women." "So, Who exactly are you talking about? Promise asked, walking alongside Jason. As they disembarked from the ship and headed back toward the kingdom of Iolcus, Jason suddenly stopped on the shore. He turned to look back at the Argo, then forward to where Promise was waiting, looking at him with a puzzled expression. Come to think of it, I seem to have forgotten to say something important, Jason began, his tone softening. Welcome back, Promise. And, thank you. Comment 21. Vote to left. Chapter 142, Her name is. Atalanta. Not long after, Jason met Helen. At the same time, Promise finally saw the little lover Jason had mentioned, a girl dressed in a pale purple gown, none other than Medea. Inside the palace of Iolcus, in a corner room of the palace where the heroes of the Argo had gathered, countless eyes, whether the heroes or the servants, were involuntarily drawn to the courtyard outside the room. Standing there was the magnificent Pegasus, but it wasn't the winged horse that captivated everyone. Instead, it was the young woman, Helen, who was standing next to it and using clean water to help it clean his body. The moment she appeared, all the women around her seemed to fade in comparison, while the men's gazes were irresistibly drawn to her. So when Jason came back and looked at her, he naturally couldn't take his eyes off her. Just as Pegasus suddenly raised its head, Helen too looked up and noticed Promise's return as her little face lit up with joy. She set the water aside, preparing to run toward Promise. Brother Promise, but before she could finish her sentence, a sudden surge of magical energy rippled through the air, and Medea appeared in front of Promise. Promise, you're finally here. The girl, who suddenly appeared, exclaimed with a voice filled with excitement. And the next second, under Helen's wide-eyed gaze, she threw herself into the boy's arms. Promise, who was surprised by her sudden arrival, instinctively caught the little witch. Then, after regaining his composure, he gently pushed her back and asked with a look of surprise, Medea, what are you doing here? I don't know either, the latter pouted, looking aggrieved, her expression full of frustration, as if she were about to cry. About 10 days ago, my teacher suddenly kicked me out for some reason. No matter how much I called for her, she ignored me. Thankfully, I asked around and found out this place was very close to where you said you'd be, so I came looking for you. Medea felt very aggrieved and very angry. After all, a few days ago, she had been on the verge of returning home, only to be forcibly taken back to the underworld by Hecate, bound and gagged. At first, Medea had reluctantly accepted this, since from that day onwards, her teacher Hecate suddenly became responsible and started teaching her the magic of the Age of Gods on time every day. So, even though she complained, she went along with it. Who would have thought that one day, when she was cleaning the temple obediently, she would be kicked out without any warning, and kicked out literally, with a boot to her butt. It had taken her a long time to recover from the pain of that kick. Hearing her words, Promise blinked, a bit dumbfounded at first. But when he remembered that it was Goddess Hecate they were talking about, he quickly understood that it was probably it. So, he cast a sympathetic look at the girl, then sighed and said, "You've had a rough time, haven't you? You must have suffered a lot along the way, right?" Hearing this, Medea's nose twitched as she felt a wave of emotion, and she was about to throw herself at Promise again, when— Wait, hold on a second. Helen finally arrived, grabbing her tightly and pulling her back. With her lips pouted, the girl glared at Medea, her eyes filled with indignation as she said angrily, "How can you be like this, woman? So shameless. Hugging my brother Promise like that." Medea, who was feeling a bit confused by the sudden scolding, looked at Helen then stared back at Promise. "Promise, is she red?" Just as Medea's eyes widened, and she looked like the world was collapsing around her. "What are you thinking?" Promise sighed, feeling a bit speechless about this girl. "Didn't you hear her call me brother?" He then quickly changed the subject, glancing around. "Where are the twins? I don't see them anywhere." Oh, they felt a bit bored on the Argo, so they formed a group with some people and went out hunting. Heracles, Orpheus, and the others went with them as well. "Why are you looking for them?" Jason finally found the right time to interrupt the topic as he spoke, while staring at Helen with a pig-like look on his face. "Forget about them. But, promise, aren't you going to introduce her to us? Behave yourself, or you'll once again get thrashed by the twins," Promise warned, giving Jason a pointed look. "Her name is Helen, she's the twin sister. And this," he said, gesturing to Medea, "is my friend, Medea." Having said that, he briefly introduced them to the gathered heroes, then formally invited Medea to join the Argo. After all, Goddess Hecate's timing for sending her here likely wasn't a coincidence. Time passed quickly, and as Promise finished greeting everyone, the twins, along with Heracles and Orpheus, returned from their hunt with wild boars and rabbits. Sister Pollux. Seeing the twins come back, Helen cried out, finally leaving Promise's side to rush joyfully toward one of her siblings. The twins were understandably shocked to see their sister there. Then, with so many people gathered together, the atmosphere naturally became more and more lively, so the heroes decided to light a bonfire outside. They roasted the prey they had hunted today on it, turning the episode into a small celebratory feast for the returning boy. Orpheus, accompanied by his wife, the nymph Eurydice, played the lyre to add to the festivities, entertaining the audience. Yes, this time, he had brought his beloved wife with him. After what happened in the underworld, Orpheus couldn't bear to be separated from Eurydice for even a moment, so they had decided to embark on this adventure together. And because of the incident in the underworld, the fairy Eurydice also decided to do her best to repay Promise. The twins pulled Helene aside and asked her why she was here. After learning about everything that had happened so far, they later brought her to Promise and sincerely thanked the boy. "Why are you saying so much? Aren't we friends? If you're still not satisfied, you can beat Theseus up when he arrives." "Of course I'll beat him." The older brother of the twins waved his hand and said seriously. Pollux, the younger sister, came to sit next to Promise, looked at him and then at Helen, winked and smiled. "Look, I have never lied to you, my sister is really cute." "Yeah." The latter nodded and said with emotion, "Yes, she's very cute." "This is not cute at all. If you wait for a few more years, it will be a moving ancient Greek disaster." The banquet began. The heroes drank, sang, and told about their adventures, things that happened when they were studying under Chiron, while also urging Promise to tell his own story. Among this group of people, the ones who understood the boy best were Medea and Hercules. Medea had seen those paintings with the help of her teacher, and Hercules witnessed an episode of Promise's adventure as he hunted Hermes. However, because all of these incidents involved gods, many things were inconvenient to say. Just when Promise was about to organize his words, he finally realized something was wrong, because there were fewer people here. So he looked around at everyone. Seeing him like this, Hercules came over and whispered to Promise, "Are you looking for Meleager and Actaeon?" "Oops, I mean Artemis Messenger." Promise glanced at Heracles, blinking at the slip-up before chuckling and asking, "Yeah, where are they? Weren't they supposed to be here by now?" Before Heracles could respond, Jason chimed in, cutting him off. "Oh, them? They went to Arcadia a couple of days ago. I heard it's like a paradise, an entire kingdom built within the forest." "Beautiful place." Seeing Promise's confusion, Jason continued, "I asked them why they were going, but they didn't give me a clear answer. Just said it had something to do with you. So, I did a little digging after that. Apparently, there's a race happening there. The winner gets to marry some kind of princess." "What was her name again?" "Oh, right, I remember now. Her name is Atalanta." Chapter 143, Run Atalanta Run. That day, the petite goddess of fate, Clotho, wearing her white robe, stood before Atalanta. She delivered the prophecy that had been written for Atalanta's future. "Run, Atalanta. You seek freedom and purity, desiring to remain forever by the side of the goddess Artemis. But that is not eternal, because you will eventually stop, bound by the thing called marriage." That was the prophecy given to Atalanta by Clotho, the goddess of fate. And so now, in the natural paradise of Arcadia, this kingdom, nestled in the forest, looked like the legendary homeland of elves. Many houses were built high among the ancient trees. On the vast grassland not far from the outskirts of the kingdom, the water in the lake was crystal clear, and there were many onlookers gathered around it. Among them was Atalanta's father, King Iasus of Arcadia. It was afternoon, and by a wooden post stood Atalanta, dressed in her green hunting outfit. Her emerald eyes looked in confusion and bewilderment at the red-haired, handsome young man in her, who was her to challenge Hero Meleager, the Prince of Calydon. He was the same hero who had long harbored feelings for Atalanta. "Meleager, why are you here?" Atalanta looked at the man walking towards her and asked in a cold voice. "Shouldn't you be with Goddess Artemis' messenger, preparing for the adventure in that kingdom?" However, as she spoke, sharp senses picked up on something in the distance. She turned her head and glanced toward the forest, spotting a giant humanoid stag watching from the tree. So it was Actaeon, who transformed into a golden deer by Artemis. "If you've come to talk me out of this, there's no need to persuade. After all, in 3 days, all of this will be over, and I will catch up with all of you then, because I promised him. I promised the goddess Artemis that I would see this adventure through to the end." Meleager remained silent in response to her words, simply gazing at the beautiful huntress in front him with a complicated expression. In his eyes, Atalanta was as enchanting as a woodland fairy, as radiant and beautiful as the moon and the goddess Artemis herself. From the moment he first laid eyes on her, Meleager felt as though he'd been struck by one of Cupid's arrows. He had fallen for her deeply, believing that whoever married Atalanta would be the luckiest man in the world. But despite his admiration, Atalanta had always treated him with cold indifference. Well, it's not just him. She was basically like this towards any men and despised them in general. So, even though Meleager could barely be considered a friend, she showed him no warmth. During the nearly 1 month since her return and the competition, she had maintained the same distant, icy demeanor toward all challengers. This led to rumors that Atalanta was little more than a wild woman, savage, incapable of smiling. Yet Meleager knew better. He had seen her smile, especially when she was in the company of one particular person, and he could say for sure that it was the most beautiful sight he'd ever seen. "I'm here to challenge you, Atalanta," Meleager said, taking a deep breath as he finally spoke. Hearing this, Atalanta blinked in surprise, her expression confused as she looked at him. She wanted to say something, but noticing the determined and serious look on his face, she fell silent. She was smart enough to piece things together, but even so, her eyes betrayed no emotion. "You'll die," she said flatly. To deter the constantly increasing number of challengers and to demonstrate her resolve, Atalanta had vowed to shoot and kill any who lost to her in the race. This was in line with the myth after all. "But up to this point, Miss Atalanta, you haven't killed a single person," Meleager responded with a knowing smile. Though the rumors spread far and wide, and though Atalanta always made the threat every time challenger appeared, in reality, she had only ever injured her challengers with a single arrow. They were wounded enough to lay down for a while, needing recovery, but none had died. "Let me guess why." At Atalanta, who was still silent, Meleager continued to smile and said, "It's because of Promise, isn't it? Because you are afraid that he would disapprove of such actions. After all, he is far too kind." At that, Atalanta's expression remained stoic, but her silence spoke volumes. "Let's begin." "In the end," she said without wasting any more words. Then turned around and walked towards the starting post, a simple 3-foot wooden stake. The rules of the race were straightforward. The far end of the field stood an ancient tree. That was the starting point of the race. The goal was to run to the tree, pluck a leaf from it, and then return to the post to place the leaf on the wooden stake. The only condition was that the challenger had to be faster than Atalanta. "All glory from this race will be offered to the honorable goddess Artemis," she declared, her voice steady and clear as she removed the celestial bow from her back and aimed it at the sun in the sky. Magic gathered into an arrow, and the moment the arrow shot toward the sky, both Meleager and Atalanta sprinted forward at the same time. As the race began, The crowd erupted in cheers. Many of them were rooting for Meleager, although, like many of the other challengers, they bore the scars from their own failed attempts to defeat Atalanta. It was precisely because of the challenge that they understood most deeply how fast Atalanta was, so they believed from the bottom of their hearts that no one in the world could outrun Atalanta. There were such spectators like this, as this race had been going on for almost a month, and there were only 3 days left until the end of the month. So, among all the onlookers, the person most anxious was none other than Atalanta's supposed biological father, King Iasus. Yes, the same person who had once heartlessly abandoned her in the freezing wilderness as a baby, who now, because of her growing fame, he finally asked the gods to find her back. Having prayed to the gods to bring her back, he had set this 1-month challenge for her hand in marriage. According to the agreement between them, if anyone outran Atalanta during this month, she would marry that man. But if no one succeeded by the end of the month, he could no longer stop her from taking part in the adventure of the Golden Fleece. Looks like there's no chance for him. He's falling further and further behind. Let's give our challenger a round of applause for his courage. To be honest, I was a bit worried at first since it seemed like that beautiful lady actually knew him and even spoke with him. Yeah, I heard he's a prince from another kingdom. But as expected, no one can outrun her. The spectators exchanged comments as they watched the race. In fact, many challengers had just come to join in the fun at the beginning, and many of them had no intention of participating in the competition. After all, even though Atalanta hadn't killed any challengers in the end, the stakes of the race meant their lives were in her hands if they lost. However, after coming here and upon seeing Atalanta's unmatched beauty, most men found themselves completely conquered by the beauty, unable to resist the temptation to challenge her. Halfway through the race, Meleager came to a stop. He knew he had lost. Standing still in a place, he watched with a wistful gaze as Atalanta dashed ahead, swiftly reaching the tree at the end of the field. She plucked a leaf and, as gracefully as ever, raced back to him. "I've lost," Meleager admitted with a soft smile as Atalanta stopped in front of him, her green hair flowing in the breeze. There was no bitterness in his voice, only a sense of peace and acceptance. At that moment, he let go of everything. Seeing this scene, from the woods, the giant stag, Actaeon couldn't help but shake his head. He had seen this outcome coming ever since Meleager asked him to accompany him to Arcadia. Actaeon had long known Meleager's true intentions. Meleager hadn't entered the race expecting to win. Instead, he had wanted one last chance to try. But when he saw Atalanta in front of him, never once slowing down or hesitating for him, he knew that he had lost and lost completely. Atalanta's beautiful green eyes quietly observed Meleager's bittersweet smile as she passed by him without a word. "Hey, Lady Atalanta," Meleager called out, turning around and raising his voice. "If it were Promise racing against you, would you stop for him?" Hearing this, the huntress paused in her steps, remaining silent for a moment. "No matter who comes to challenge me, I will give my all to win. Even if it's him. It would be the same," she finally replied, preparing to leave again. "That's not what I'm asking," Meleager shouted. "Miss Atalanta, I know with your pride, you would definitely compete with Promise with everything you've got." Still smiling, he continued, "What I want to know is this, in your heart, if you were to face him in this face, would you be willing to stop for him? He won't come." After a moment's silence, Atalanta replied. She truly believed that Promise wouldn't come. After all, she was the person closer to him than most. She had personally witnessed and participated in many of the stories about him, and had seen his paintings. She understood his ambitions, his goal to paint the gods, to chase his vision of the divine. So, to Atalanta, this race was simply not worth Promise's attention. "No, he will definitely come." Meleager, however, declared confidently. "Because he's Promise, isn't he?" "The real question is, Atalanta, do you hope that he comes, or are you hoping he doesn't? Because you also know that if he does show up, then you will definitely lose, won't you? Even if you gave your all. Even though the boy might still be one of the weakest, Meleager couldn't imagine a scenario where Promise would lose, and the same could be said about Atalanta. At this moment, Atalanta could not help but recall the day when Clotho, the goddess of fate, told her the prophecy. She remained silent once more. Then, slowly, she turned back to face Meleager, who was laughing with a carefree expression. Meleager was laughing very loudly when suddenly, his laughter soon faltered and faded, because he found that Atalanta was looking at him with colder and colder eyes, and she had even raised her bow. A while later, "Well, I've been saying this for a while." "That's what you get for talking too much," Actaeon, still in his stag form, muttered as he applied medicine to Meleager's body, which was now riddled with arrows. In her frustration and anger, Atalanta's arrows had pierced straight through Meleager. If it had been anyone else, they would surely be dead. But Meleager, being the hero that he was, survived. Barely though. Even so, Meleager was still smiling. His expression was a mix of joy, resignation, and understanding as he said, "Ah, so that's how it is." Our dear huntress really can't tell a lie, can she? After all, Atalanta hadn't denied a single word he'd said from the very beginning. From that day on, with only 3 days left until the end of the month, Atalanta remained by the wooden post, waiting for any further challenges. Initially, many people had been eager to challenge her, even some who had already tried and been injured before wanted to try again. After all, they knew that if they missed this chance, there wouldn't be another. But that night, someone died. The moment the blood was spilled, all those who wanted to challenge and take Atalanta away felt as if their whole body was poured with cold water. And so, the final 3 days of the competition turned out to be the most peaceful time for Atalanta, because not a single person came forward to challenge her again. 12 Vote to left. Chapter 144. When the moon goddess gets jealous, it's truly terrifying. The people Atalanta had killed were 2 centaurs. Their names were Cus and Hylas. In the original Greek myth, Atalanta also killed these 2 because they, consumed by lust for her beauty, attempted to assault her, so she ended their lives without hesitation. Now, they had once again appeared before Atalanta, spewing vulgar insults and humiliating her with their words. So Atalanta agreed to let them both challenge her together. Moreover, during the challenge, when the centaurs realized they couldn't catch up to Atalanta, they were ready to attack and attempted to injure her instead. But even then, Atalanta swiftly claimed victory, and after that, she shot her arrows without hesitation, killing them both. Although her actions were justified in every way, the sight of their corpses at her feet, their blood pooling on the ground, and Atalanta standing tall, bathed in moonlight, left a chilling impression. This display of power silenced any further challenger, so no one wanted to risk their life. Among those deterred was a young man named Hippomenes. He was the very man who, according to myth, had won Atalanta's hand using 3 golden apples. But this time, when he prayed to the gods for help, no god or goddess answered his call. The goddess of beauty, who was supposed to help him, did not appear because during the day, Apollo watched over this place, and at night, the moon goddess Artemis would also come here to keep vigil. Therefore, the original act of cheating would naturally only bring endless wrath from the gods. Besides, the gods all knew one thing in their heart: the young hero would arrive soon. Because this was Atalanta's destined fate, and it was foretold by Clotho, the goddess of fate. It was the prophecy she had shared with Atalanta. More importantly, Promise had long ago made a vow to Atalanta, a promise to raise her. What's more, he was the hero fated to rewrite destinies under the eyes of the gods. Thus, the fate of the young man, Hippomenes, was to lose the race and suffer an injury, standing among the defeated challengers, just like all the others who had tried before him. The 3 days passed quickly. On the final day, as the last rays of sunlight vanished in the sky, and the stars and moon rose to bathe the earth in soft, radiant light, everyone believed that it was all over. Even King Iasus had given up. "It's over, Atalanta. You've won," he said with a sigh. "You won our bet. I will not restrict you anymore. From today on, You will go with those heroes to participate in the adventure called the Golden Fleece. Why had King Iasus not wanted Atalanta to embark on the journey? Why had he prayed to the gods and searched for the daughter he had once abandoned? Because now, Atalanta's name had become widely known. Her fame far exceeded the legends of old. After all, she was a prominent figure in Promise's stories. She had played a significant role in many of his tales, and more importantly Promise had mentioned her name in every tale that spread his reputation far and wide. Faced with the reality that the daughter he had once discarded had now become a hero of great renown and unmatched beauty, King Iasus had been both shocked and thrilled. At the same time, as the king of a country, he was very clear about Atalanta's current worth. Her fame and beauty could attract the greatest warriors and heroes from all over the world. And these suitors would bring with them riches and treasures in their pursuit of Atalanta. Also, there were actually countless people who wanted to obtain the Golden Fleece, but in the end only Jason and his companions succeeded, while all those who had ventured before them had perished on the journey. So, King Iasus had compromised, hoping to keep Atalanta safe. He had expected Atalanta to be pleased, but she didn't respond to him at all. Instead, she stood silently by the wooden post, holding the bow and arrow in her arms, bathed in the soft glow of the moon, quietly waiting, waiting for someone. It was only then that King Iasus realized the truth, and not just him. Even the spectators, who had been waiting for the event to end and were prepared to celebrate Atalanta's victory, were stunned into silence. After King Iasus spoke, they finally understood. At the moment when it all should have ended, looking at Atalanta still standing there, they finally realized that the huntress wasn't standing by the wooden post because she was waiting for the race to end. Instead, she was waiting for a challenger. Someone she had been expecting all along. To be precise, she was waiting for that one challenger. You kept saying he wouldn't come, but in your heart, aren't you hoping for him to appear? Looking at her, Meleager said with a wry smile. Beside him, the giant stag Actaeon cast a sidelong glance at Meleager, whose body was covered in bandages, and couldn't help but feel exasperated. You really should talk less, buddy. He wouldn't come, Atalanta kept telling herself. After all, something like this wasn't worth his attention. And even if he did come, was she supposed to lose to him? Impossible. She kept reassuring herself over and over again. She knew she should turn around and leave, but she found that her feet were so heavy that she couldn't even take a single step. The gathered crowd lit torches, their flames illuminating the moonlit plains. The lake's crystal-clear waters reflected the stars above and the full moon of that night. Why isn't this over yet? Are we going to be here until dawn? Why does she give me the feeling that she is waiting for someone? Who is she waiting for? Is there really another challenger? Such murmurs began spreading through the crowd. Even King Iasus, Atalanta's father, found the situation strange. More time passed. Isn't it odd? Shouldn't Promise be here by now? Even Meleager, who had firmly believed that Promise would show up, was starting to frown, sensing that something was off. Actaeon, the giant deer standing nearby, also had a puzzled look in his eyes. Gradually, the night grew darker. The cool night breeze grew colder, chilling Atalanta not just physically but emotionally as well. Even Meleager was starting to panic. What's going on? Why hasn't Promise arrived yet? He doesn't know, does he? Seeing Meleager's growing anxiety, Actaeon could only shake his head helplessly. Don't ask me, I don't know either. As time continued to pass, the once lively crowd fell silent because they sensed that something was wrong with the atmosphere. Atalanta's figure, which had once been admired for its beauty, now seemed distant and cold. Though she stood as tall and straight as ever, somehow, her presence stirred a strange sense of sorrow in their hearts. Isn't it almost dawn? Someone hesitated, speaking softly. Yeah, it's almost here. But really, is there still a challenger? How about one of you go up and try to challenge her? No way. I'd definitely die if I went up now, and it would be an especially terrible death at that. Hey, giant stag. Meleager, still bandaged up, took a deep breath. Maybe you should just take me and run. If we're still here when the sun rises, I'm afraid we might not make it back. Oh, Now you're scared. Actaeon, the giant deer glared at him in disdain. No need. Suddenly, sensing something in the air, Actaeon lifted his head to look into the distance. He's here. How did Promise make his entrance? Did he fall from the night sky, riding on a majestic white Pegasus, arriving in the most dashing manner at the very last second? Without a doubt, that would have been the idealer and probably the most likelier scenario. Of course, this would only fuel Atalanta's annoyance to the max, especially since the night wind was already cold enough for her. But the fact was, when Promise finally appeared, Atalanta was stunned, and all the anger and frustration that had built up inside her heart evaporated in an instant. Because Promise wasn't riding a Pegasus. No, he was slumped over the back of Goddess Artemis's golden antler deer. Or rather, he had been saved by the deer, who had rushed him to the scene at top speed, bouncing and jostling the entire way. Promise's usually neat black hair, always tied up neatly with Athena's silver thread, was now a wild mess. Dust covered him from head to toe. He had a few cuts and bruises, and overall, he looked completely disheveled. He was just short of foaming at the mouth. Atalanta stared at the sight, utterly speechless. After all, since meeting Promise, she had never seen him in such a state, and a surge of anger rose within her. As the golden antler deer gently lowered Promise in front of her, he barely managed to stabilize himself, not even speaking a word, fighting the dizziness and the urge to vomit. His first words, as he looked up at Atalanta's gradually darkening expression, were, "Atalanta. You know, goddesses. They can be so jealous. Especially the goddess behind you." Chapter 145, That's the real her honorable, ancient goddess Nyx. Is there something you need from me? In fact, the dawn should have broken more than 10 minutes ago. But just as the sun god Helios was preparing to open the heavy doors of his divine palace, ready to drive his chariot, drawn by 4 fiery horses, and illuminate the world, the goddess of night, Nyx, appeared in front him, smiling as she held him back. "It's nothing major," the goddess draped in the starry night sky responded with a soft smile. "It's just that there's a child who wishes for the night to last a little longer today." Wearing her cloak of darkness and stars, she continued, "So, sun god Helios, would you mind raising the sun a bit later today?" Helios hesitated. "Not too much longer." Seeing this, the night goddess continued with a chuckle, "Just half an hour later than usual will do." Hearing this, Helios immediately breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "If it's just that, then of course, there's no problem." "By the way, may I ask who this child is? The one for whom you're willing to delay the sunrise?" "His name is Promise," the goddess of night answered. "A very interesting child." And now, at that very moment, in the natural paradise of Arcadia, on the plains outside the city, the night still lingered, as did the final moments of this evening yet to end. Promise had finally arrived before Atalanta. Standing in front of her in his disheveled, embarrassed state, with dirt and exhaustion clinging to him, Atalanta found herself recalling the strange words he had uttered earlier about goddesses being jealous. Curious, she opened her mouth to ask more. "Forget it, that's just a minor issue," Promise interrupted, shaking his head lightly, brushing aside her confusion as his clear, emerald eyes gazed steadily at her, unwavering. "The time hasn't passed yet. After all, the sun hasn't risen. Isn't that right, Atalanta?" His hair was messy, his clothes a little tattered, and there were even a few cuts on his body. But even so, in Atalanta's eyes, he was still so very handsome. "Then, my esteemed huntress," Promise said, his tone as warm as ever, "would you be willing to grant this person standing before you, the one who nearly arrived later, an opportunity to make up for it? Will you accept my challenge?" As Promise finished speaking, a silver meteor fell from the starry sky. The crowd gasped in astonishment as the silver meteor revealed itself to be the winged Pegasus, who unfolded its majestic silver wings and landed beside Promise. The beautiful and artistic creature looked at him with an innocent expression, as if to say, "Don't blame me for being late." After all, the moon goddess Artemis had aimed her arrows at Pegasus the entire time, leaving the poor creature too scared to descend earlier. Atalanta didn't respond immediately. She stood there silently for a moment, looking at the young man in front of her. Then, without a word, she stepped forward, took out a small ribbon from her body, and gently began to tie Promise's messy hair back into place. "You didn't need to come," Atalanta said calmly. "I've already taken care of everything." Her father, Iasus, the king this kingdom had already conceded. "No, I had to come," Promise replied, standing still as she tied his hair. He looked into her eyes and said, "Because fate can't be avoided, and I'm here to help you rewrite it." Just like during Goddess Artemis' hunting festival, when Promise had rewritten the fates of the giants Dagactian and Meleager, Atalanta had witnessed firsthand how he could alter destiny. She knew that Promise was the only one in the entire world capable of shaking the future that Clotho, the goddess of fate, had foretold. "How can you rewrite fate?" "By beating me in the race?" Atalanta asked, her deep green eyes glancing at him. "Exactly," Promise answered confidently, with a smile. "I don't think I'll lose," the huntress remarked, casting a glance at Pegasus. "Don't forget that we have already competed once in Calydon, and the result was that you lost." Hearing this, Pegasus immediately shouted in dissatisfaction. That loss was totally his master's fault. If not for him being so weak, there's no way they would have lost to her back then. "Indeed, Brother Pegasus here wasn't up to the task," Promise agreed, nodding with her. "Nay?" Pegasus turned to him in disbelief. "What do you mean, I wasn't up to the task?" "You're obviously the one who wasn't up to the task. Hell, you couldn't even beat a little girl." So this time, Promise didn't care about his blaming look and continued, "I'm racing you myself." When he said this, Atalanta, who had just finished tying his hair, took 2 steps back, and looked at the boy in front of her in surprise. "This race will be witnessed by the gods," Promise declared, "and I will not borrow any power from the gods. I'll beat you fair and square, Atalanta. This time, I'll make sure you lose with no room for doubt." As Promise said this, even Pegasus stopped its protests and looked at him intently. Even the gods, who were watching from above, blinked in surprise. "Is he serious?" Atalanta was fast. Incredibly fast. In fact, in this era, there was only one person who could really compete with her in speed, and that was Hercules. Now hearing him say that he would run against her without any help. And then, slap. "Ouch! Why did you hit me?" Promise yelped, clutching his head and staring at Atalanta in shock. "Even though you're speaking seriously." "Sorry," Atalanta said, her eyes scanning him from head to toe. The person who was universally acknowledged by both gods and heroes as the weakest in all of ancient Greece. "Do you know that when you say this, it really makes people feel that you are looking down on the other person, and therefore you really deserve a beating?" Hearing her words, for a moment, Promise didn't understand, until he heard Pegasus laughing beside him. Only then did he realize that Atalanta was trying to say that he was a weakling. Now Promise was angry. Sure, it was true. But that didn't mean she could just say it. Just as he was about to protest angrily, Promise suddenly froze, his eyes locking onto Atalanta's face. And at that moment, not only him, but all the onlookers present watching the scene, those who had come to witness the event, the challengers and the injured who had failed before, even Atalanta's father, all froze in disbelief. Because Atalanta was smiling. In the soft glow of the lingering moonlight, her smile was radiant, as though she had transformed into a goddess herself. "You're surprised, right?" In the distance, Meleager, who was wrapped in bandages and staying with the giant Dyrachteon, looked at the smiling Atalanta and then at the dazed crowd. With a resigned tone, he commented, "This is her true self. What we've seen until now was only the surface." Atalanta then turned back to Promise, finally responded with determination in her voice, though there was a smile still lingering on her beautiful face. "All right, I accept your challenge. Chase me then. I will give it my all. Even though I know you intend to change my fate, I will never deliberately lose to you." Promise smiled in return, matching her seriousness. "I will catch you, Atalanta, because I promised you I will change your fate." As the two spoke these words, and with the gods watching, the long-awaited race was set to begin. At that moment, the delayed sunrise finally broke through the sky. The night gave way to dawn as the first rays of light stretched across the horizon. The crowd watched from a distance as Promise and Atalanta came to the 3-foot wooden stake. Pegasus, having folded its wings, stood quietly by Promise's side, its innocent expression masking any guilt. "I think I know who he is now," someone in the crowd suddenly said. "What a coincidence, I was thinking the same. And if it's really him, everything makes perfect sense. It seems like the person she's been waiting for all along was him." Another person took over the conversation and sighed. Some people gradually came back to their senses, while others were still confused, when suddenly, a bard with yellow-orange hair and matching eyes appeared among them, playing his lyre as he sang tales of the hero standing before them. Atalanta's fame had grown immensely, because she had participated in the famous events such as hunting sacrifices of the moon goddess Artemis, the falling meteor, the wild boar of Calydon, and the subjugation of the monster Chimera. These stories had spread far and wide, elevating her renown. But who was the real protagonist of these tales? The devoted follower of Hera, the student of the centaur sage Chiron, the hero chosen by the goddess of wisdom, the one who seeks the trial of the golden Felicia. Promise. Chapter 146. Post. The answer was simple. In fact, May had already thought of it the moment Pegasus descended from the sky. But most had dismissed the idea, because is he really that Promise, the legendary hero? There was a shocked person in the crowd who said what almost everyone present was thinking. But he looks so weak. Despite the artistic aura surrounding him, the aura of a poet and painter that made him stand out even among the heroes, Promise didn't appear to be the imposing hero one would expect from the grand stories told about him. He did not look like a hero at all. Promise clenched his fists, anger building inside him. He turned his head angrily and looked at the screaming crowd not far away. "Seriously, you just had to say that out loud, didn't you? Can't you speak a little more quietly? You are afraid that I can't hear you, right? Then let's begin." Atalanta, who was standing by, naturally heard it as well, so she smiled and said to the boy, "Shall we start, great hero?" Promise shot her a blank stare, then silently pulled out his small notebook in front of her. Taking his magical pen from the sky, he made a small mark in the book, adding Atalanta's name to his grievance list. Atalanta, who immediately recognized the notebook, sighed. The great hero was holding a grudge. She rolled her eyes at the narrow-minded hero, unimpressed. "So," she asked one last time before the race began, "are you sure you don't want Pegasus to help you? And the rules of the game, are you clear about them?" Promise nodded. "Well, if I can touch the marked ancient tree ahead and come back faster than you, and put the leaf of the ancient tree on this stake, then I will win." Atalanta gave a slight nod of agreement. Then, as she drew her celestial bow and prepared an arrow to signal the start of the race, Promise suddenly spoke up. "Atalanta, did I ever tell you about a very interesting goddess I met recently?" Hearing his words, Atalanta, feeling a bit curious, paused and looked at him as he said, "She's a very gentle goddess named Thetis, the wise goddess of the sea. I did her a small favor, and in return, she told me something important." Promise explained. "You already know, I'm sure, that there are 4 special threads of fate tied to me, threads connected to the goddess Hera, the goddess Athena, the goddess Themis, and the goddess Clotho." Atalanta nodded, listening intently. As Promise spoke, even the gods watching from the heavens focused their attention on him, glancing toward the goddesses. He mentioned, "The gentle sage of the sea, Thetis, revealed to me the meanings of these threads." Promise continued. "The thread tied to Queen Hera represents the favor of the gods. The one tied to Goddess Themis symbolizes kindness and justice. Goddess Clotho's thread shows my entanglement with fate. And as for the thread tied to the Goddess of Wisdom, Athena." He paused, meeting Atalanta's gaze as he finished. "It signifies that I will walk a path filled with the hardships of a hero, but it also gives me the wisdom to overcome any obstacle." When Promise finished speaking, The gods above began to reflect thoughtfully on his words. Atalanta blinked in surprise, although it was the first time she had heard such a detailed explanation. As she recalled what Promise had done and everything she had witnessed so far, she found that it perfectly corresponded to his current life. Still, why are you telling me all this now? Atalanta looked at him in confusion, tilting her head to glance at Herthobot, who just smiled faintly. Promise, glancing at her with a playful smile, simply replied, "This race will be witnessed by the gods." As he said this, he pulled out a golden apple and took a hearty bite. A broken bar. This race will be witnessed by the gods. Though slightly perplexed by his actions, Atalanta saw the same thing. Then, she readied an arrow and notched it onto her celestial bow. With a swift motion, she aimed skyward and released the arrow, sending a prayer to the gods for their blessing. The moment the arrow vanished into the sky with a soft whoosh, Atalanta dashed forward at full speed. True to her word, she would give her all in this race. When the game started, all the onlookers couldn't help but hold their breath, because they had just realized that Atalanta's final challenger, the one she had been waiting for, was none other than Promise, the famed child of Hera, the hero of legend. Everyone believed that an extraordinary, unprecedented contest was about to unfold. Moreover, this game will definitely be recorded in the long river of history and become a classic legend that will be passed down forever. Even the gods thought so. After all, Promise had just taken a bite of the golden apple, and they all knew what that meant. Every time Promise prepared to do something monumental, whether rewriting fate or painting the gods, he would eat a golden apple. So, now, it had practically become his signal for when he was about to get serious. Then every near gods and mortals alike here witnessed something completely unexpected that shocked them. As Atalanta sped away, disappearing from sight within moments due to her incredible speed, Promise didn't show the slightest bit of panic. In fact, he didn't even try to chase her. Instead, he turned around and did something entirely unexpected. He walked over to the 3-foot wooden post, and as his face flushed with effort, he began trying to pull it out of the ground. "This thing is stuck too tight. I can't get it out." "Hey, Brother Pegasus, why are you still standing there? Come over here and lend a hand. Help me, will you?" The dumbfounded Pegasus, having finally snapped out of its shock, looked at Promise, who was urging him, then at the now vanished Atalanta, before finally realizing what was happening. "Ah, so that's your game, my little master." It suddenly made perfect sense. From the moment Promise had met Atalanta, the series of words he said to her, making all those promises, and even the series of words you said to her, his true intention had been clear. He was stimulating her, pushing her to give her all, to run at full speed right from the start. Pegasus, being one of the few who knew Promise well enough, now fully understood his plan. Who had been by Promise's side more than anyone recently? The one who was more familiar with the boy more than anyone else. Atalanta? No, it's our horse brother who loved to eat grass. The one and only Pegasus, the trusty companion who knew him inside and out. Realizing the truth, Pegasus quickly trotted over, eager to help, even feeling somewhat pleased with the cleverness of the plan. Thinking about seeing Atalanta's reaction soon, Pegasus couldn't contain its excitement. It was practically giddy with anticipation, already imagining munching on fields of fresh grass in celebration. Of course, there was also the inevitable trouble. No matter who won and who lost, Promise was definitely getting a good beating from Atalanta once this was all over. "A broken bar, unmatched wisdom that can overcome any obstacle," muttered several gods, exchanging amused glances as their eyes shifted toward Athena. And then, all the gods nodded in understanding. "Ah, of course. You are worthy of being the one whose fate intersects with that of Athena." Some time passed, and as Promise had barely covered a tenth of the distance, Atalanta came back. She had already retrieved one of the leaves from the ancient tree. Seeing her approach, Promise waved and greeted cheerfully. "Wow, you're really fast, Atalanta." Impressive as always. Atalanta paused for a moment, staring at Promise, who was jogging leisurely and didn't seem the least bit hurried. She remained silent, her expression growing more confused by the second. "What's the hell?" she thought, frustration rising. "Didn't you say that you are going to beat me and change my fate?" A wave of annoyance surged within her. At this moment, Atalanta was actually a little angry. After all, Promise had said so many grand things before the race, yet here he was, acting as if he'd already given up. Then, when the boy ran past Atalanta, the latter stopped and her body stiffened. Because at this moment, she suddenly recalled what Mileja said to her during the game 3 days ago. "If it were Promise, would you stop for him? Should I stop? Should I defeat him?" Victory was within her grasp, but instead of feeling joy, Atalanta felt a deep sense of unease. The chance to finally defeat Promise was here, yet why did it feel so wrong? However, when her mind was in a messy conflict, Atalanta recalled her promise to him before the race began. She had sworn to give it her all and to never, under any circumstances, throw the match for him. To do otherwise would be to disrespect him. Stealing her resolve, Atalanta's eyes hardened, and she resumed the race, sprinting toward the finish line at full speed. Back at the starting point, Pegasus stood beside the gods and mortals who had gathered to witness the race. In fact, if Atalanta had been paying more attention, she might have noticed the peculiar expressions on everyone's faces. Not only was no one celebrating her imminent victory, but many people were struggling to suppress their laughter, while others wore expressions of pity, as if they were mourning something lost. As Atalanta neared the finish line, she ignored the odd stares and prepared to place the leaf on the wooden post, ready to end the race and claim victory. But then, she froze. "Wait, where's the post?" Atalanta blinked, her eyes darting around in confusion. She looked at the starting point, looked down subconsciously and saw only a gaping hole where the post had been. She stared at the hole for a long moment, falling into silence. And the PFFFT. Ha 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 ha. Comment 21. Comment. Vote to left. Chapter 147, You'll Run Forever. Someone in the crowd was the first to break, letting out a loud laugh. It might have been some bastard god disguised as a bard. After all, everyone knew the cruelness of the huntress in front of them. Even though they felt she might not kill them, many were still too scared to break the situation. However, it was broken. And once the first laugh erupted, it was as if a dam had broken. The laughter spread like wildfire. Soon, the entire crowd was in hysterics, some doubling over with uncontrollable mirth. Even King Iasus, Atalanta's chief father, couldn't help but laugh heartily. Mileja, who still wrapped in bandages, laughed so hard that the healed wounds on his body split open, causing blood to spill. But even that didn't stop him. As the laughter grew more and more, Atalanta's face darkened. Her usually calm and determined expression morphed into one of growing anger. Her angry bright green eyes darted toward Pegasus, scaring the laughing creature so much that he quickly lowered his head, as if to say, "Don't look at me, I don't know anything." Promise. Her voice, filled with barely contained fury, echoed across the plains. With gritted teeth and clenched fists, she turned and sprinted off, faster than she had ever run before. This time, she wasn't running for the race, and the moment Atalanta disappeared, everyone could no longer control themselves and laughed unscrupulously. It filled the Arcadian plains, the kingdom, and beyond. Even the gods themselves couldn't help but join in. Fueled by righteous anger, Atalanta reached her fastest speed ever in her life and soon caught up with Promise in front of her. At this point, however, as she prepared to draw her bow, she stopped. Because at that moment, Promise was calmly standing still, waiting for her, as though he had no intention of running anymore. Promise, where before she could finish, Promise, still calm, looked at her with a mischievous grin. Seeing this, Atalanta, filled with rage, was about to explode, but before she could say anything, the boy interjected. "What are you doing? And let me warn you, if you even think about hitting me, I'll just lie down right here. Do you believe me or not?" Promise lifted his chin in defiance, his tone so self-assured that Atalanta found herself momentarily speechless. And truth be told, The thought of punching him and the consequences it might bring made her hesitate, because she suddenly realized she couldn't actually go through with it. And besides, I haven't broken any rules, have I? Promise continued, looking as innocent as ever. I didn't have Pegasus run the race for me, and I'm still here, honestly running to get the leaf from the ancient tree and return it to the post. Post? Give me back the post. Atalanta opened her eyes wide and said angrily, Promise, where did you put that stake? Hey, what? The stake is missing? Promise acted shocked, his expression one of exaggerated surprise. Whoa. Where did it go? How could it just vanish? Watching Promise's awful acting, Atalanta nearly laughed out of sheer frustration. She was ready to retort when Promise continued. Oh no, this is bad. Without the post to place the leaf on, the race can't end. But this game is being witnessed by the gods, so there must be a result. If this doesn't end, Atalanta, you'll be in trouble. Hearing this, Atalanta was slightly stunned and hadn't reacted yet when the boy continued. Otherwise, Promise added with a sly grin, you'll be stuck in this race forever, Atalanta, forever running, never finishing, and never being able to marry. After hearing this, Atalanta was completely stunned, and at the same time she completely understood his idea. Looking at her like this, Promise smiled, then turned and began running again, leaving the huntress standing there, staring after him in disbelief. For a long time, Atalanta didn't move, her bright green eyes following Promise as he continued down the path. I knew it, she thought, a small smile tugging at her lips. I could never truly beat him, could I? Atalanta, unable to hold back her smile, sighed softly before jogging to catch up with the bot. When she reached his side, Promise, feeling clearly tired from running, had slowed to a walk. So she simply matched his pace, walking beside him without saying a word. Though her heart was conflicted, and there were so many things she wanted to say, she remained silent. She didn't thank him either, as they didn't need such words between them. After a while, Atalanta casually remarked, you know, if that's the case, there's no reason for you to get the leaf from the tree anymore. Hearing this, Promise glanced at her, raising an eyebrow. Oh, but there is. You see, I hold grudges. Holding a grudge? Atalanta, who obviously did not expect to get this answer, looked at him in confusion. Yep, grudges, Promise declared proudly, without a hint of shame. Atalanta, have you ever thought about why I had to drag you along and let others spread your name? Why I insisted on pulling you into the limelight? Atalanta looked puzzled. Why? Because you laughed at me the first time we met. Remember? When the whole thing with that bandit happened, and you thought it was hilarious. Indeed, when a story involving a thief's reputation had gotten out of hand, Atalanta had laughed at him during their first encounter. What? But now the truth had come out so late that Atalanta couldn't understand it all at once. And this time, you went even further, actually laughing at me and calling me a fool in front of so many people. Promise's voice took on a mocking tone as he glanced at her, his expression smug. I wasn't planning on getting that leaf at first, but now. Well, he shot her a mischievous look. I've got the post in my hands, and soon, I'll have the leaf too. So, Atalanta, if you ever upset me again. Mwahaha. Placing the leaf on the stake faster than Atalanta would mean victory. So, the meaning was clearer. If Promise placed the leaf on the post before her, he would win, and winning meant a marriage. Why you're impossible. Promise, you scoundrel. Uh-oh. She's gonna hit me. Promise cried out, clutching his head dramatically. Somebody help. Goddess Artemis. God Apollo. Help, I'm being attacked. Under the clear morning sky, bathed in the warm rays of the sun, Atalanta chased after Promise, her fists clenched as he ran ahead, shielding his head and laughing all the while. And under this warm light, the two gods were watching this scene silently. It was never really necessary to go through all this trouble, was it? Artemis murmured softly. Standing beside her, Apollo couldn't help but chuckle softly. There was never any need for that leaf or the post. All it would have taken was for her to know how much effort that boy had put in just to stand before her. That would have been enough. He turned to Artemis, his voice gentle. Don't you agree, Artemis, the moon goddess, remained silent, not responding to her brother's words. Pegasus was imprisoned in the sky, and the gods no longer responded to the call of promise. But even so, the frail boy never stopped. Without getting any help from anyone, he ventured into the dense and shadowy ancient forest, facing the beasts and monsters of the era of the gods along the way, alone, suffering so many injuries. However, even then, he pressed on and continued to move forward. Yet, when the golden-antlered deer appeared, it was clear that in the end, Artemis couldn't help but soften her heart. Comment 18. Vote to left. Chapter 148. The game will continue. Was it really that simple? Yeah, if I had known that there was such a simple method, I could have done it too. As Atalanta chased after Promise, realizing the post was gone, the crowd, after their initial laughter, began to murmur in frustration, especially those who had lost to Atalanta during the race. Jealousy, frustration, and envy filled their voices as they complained to each other about the unfairness of it all. They grumbled that if given another chance, they would have outdone Promise, claiming they could have been smarter, faster, and more heroic. After all, Promise, with his unassuming appearance, didn't exactly look like a hero. Their complaints grew louder, their grumblings spreading throughout the crowd. Soon, it became a chorus of voices, all loser venting their frustrations and fueling each other's discontent. Among them, however, one figure remained unimpressed. Hidden in the crowd, the bard, who was none other than the god Hermes, adjusted his feathered cap and rolled his eyes at the noise around him. He had no interest in listening to such foolishness any longer. Fools, Hermes thought, a smirk forming on his lips. Even if you were given another chance, what difference would it make? The real game was already over when that young man arrived. For those who watched from afar, the race seemed straightforward. These people didn't know about the actuality, but the gods knew the truth. Those who truly understood Promise's journey knew that the real race had already been decided long before he arrived. The actual race wasn't just about speed. It was the distance the boy had crossed to stand before Atalanta. The gods, who had been watching him all along, knew it well. It was a distance far greater than the race itself. In the end, even the goddess of night, Nyx, secretly helped and made the sun rise a step later, so that Promise could make it in time. Hermes couldn't help but scoff. And even if you knew the trick, even if you were given another chance, could any of you have pulled up the post that marked the finish line? He laughed to himself, knowing the answer. You should know that this game was witnessed by gods from beginning to end, and those gods were Apollo and Artemis, the god of light and goddess of the moon. The reason why Promise was able to pick up the wooden stake representing the finish line was not because he thought of this, but simply because of who he was, a Promise. And in truth, even if this had nothing to do with Promise, both Artemis and Apollo would have ensured Atalanta's protection. There was no way they would allow the original myth to play out, where someone used the power of the goddess of beauty, Aphrodite, to force Atalanta into submission. Because now, Atalanta was more than just a renowned huntress. She was the true favored child of Artemis, the moon goddess. Don't forget the painting from long ago in the kingdom of Calydon, the painting in which the night sky was lit up by sky lanterns, dedicated to the moon goddess. It wasn't Promise who lit the first lantern back then, but Atalanta. At the same time, she was the first to offer her blessings, expressing gratitude for the nurturing of the moon goddess, sincerely wishing her eternal purity, beauty, and flawlessness. So, if we goes by that, Promise had already changed her fate long time ago. At this moment, Atalanta and Promise, who had been playing and fighting, finally arrived under the ancient tree. The wind was strong, but the rain was light. Despite the raised fists and drawn bows along the way, nothing actually landed on Promise. When they arrived, Artemis and Apollo were already standing there under the lush tree, waiting for them for some time. Both deities were dressed in divine attire, splendidly attending the occasion. Upon seeing the gods, Atalanta immediately bowed respectfully to greet, and Promise did the same. But his eyes were a little vague during that process, and he didn't dare to look Artemis in the eye, who was staring at him intently. In fact, at this moment, Atalanta also looked at Artemis, her goddess with complex emotions. After all, she was a clever woman, not at all foolish. When Promise arrived and Atalanta saw his miserable appearance, she was furious at first, wanting to ask him who had turned him into this state. But when Promise couldn't help but sigh, saying that the goddess was truly prone to jealousy, Atalanta suddenly fell silent and refrained from asking any more questions. Naturally, this was because she already knew the answer by then. Promise, have you already decided the outcome of this race? Apollo was the first to speak, his radiant eyes gently looking at Promise. Yes, honored god of light, Apollo. Let the race go on forever. It will be a race with no end, allowing that girl to run forever, doing what she loves. Hearing this, Atalanta finally shifted her gaze from Artemis back to Promise. I see. Though Apollo had long known the answer, he still smiled with satisfaction upon hearing it. Then, he plucked a leaf from the towering ancient tree beside him. As soon as the leaf touched the god of light, it transformed into an eternal golden leaf, which Apollo handed to Promise. At the same time, the moon goddess Artemis also picked a leaf, which turned into an eternal silver leaf, and she gave it to Atalanta. The race was simple. Start from the 3-foot-high wooden post, reach this place to pluck a leaf, and return the leaf to the post to signal the end of the race. With the gods as witnesses and Promise's wish, this had now become an eternal race. Yet, the two gods still entrusted the leaves that could end the race into their hands. The meaning of the golden leaf that Apollo gave to Promise was clear, needing no further explanation. As for the silver leaf Artemis gave to Atalanta, it carried a different meaning. On that night depicted in the painting, Atalanta offered everything to Artemis, and now, Artemis was returning the future that Atalanta had offered. This was because this would be Atalanta's final race, witnessed by the gods. This race symbolized the marriage that would bind her, the fate foreseen by the goddess of destiny, Clotho. By keeping the race ongoing, Promise ensured that Atalanta could forever avoid any contact with marriage. However, this also meant that until the race ended, Atalanta would never be able to marry. Thus, the silver leaf given to Atalanta by Artemis symbolized liberation. When Atalanta placed the silver leaf on the wooden post at the finish line, it would signify not only the end of the race but also her ability to embrace a different future. Goddess Artemis, a broken bar holding the silver leaf, Atalanta stood stunned for a while, her eyes widening as she slowly figured out what it meant. In shock, excitement, and a bit of panic, she looked toward Artemis. However, before she could speak, she heard a voice that only she could hear, the voice of Artemis. I give this to you because you are my child. I sincerely hope you will find happiness and eternal joy. It was a gentle voice. At this moment, Artemis was truly a goddess. But this doesn't mean I'm giving up Promise to you. Even if it's you, little Atalanta, I absolutely won't let you have him. The next second, the gentle voice disappeared, replaced by a tone of exasperation and anger. Atalanta blinked her sacred green eyes, looking at her goddess in front of her, who had puffed up her lips and was looking at her unhappily. Seeing this, the emotions that had surged in her heart vanished in an instant. Naturally, she tucked the silver leaf away. With their task complete, the gods were about to leave. Just before departing, Apollo had to forcibly drag Artemis away. As he finally understood what was going on, from the very beginning, Artemis had no intention of bringing Atalanta and Promise together. She was thinking about only one thing from the beginning to the end, and that was to steal things from the believer who respected her the most. As the gods left, Promise stood beneath the thick ancient tree, gazing at the beautiful huntress who had been quietly watching him all along. Is something wrong, a broken bar? Oh, right, Atalanta. Do you need to go back for a bit? Promise still remembered that the king here was Atalanta's nominal father. No need, Atalanta answered calmly. There's no need, a broken bar. I have no family. I was abandoned long ago, so in this world, the only one who can truly be called my family, my mother, is that one. That one referred to the goddess Artemis who had raised her. For some reason, Promise had a feeling that when Atalanta said the word mother, she emphasized it a little, as if accusing a certain goddess of competing with her own child for something truly shameless. Promise shook his head to get rid of the unnecessary thoughts in his mind, and then subconsciously asked, "Then, shall we leave now?" "Yes." Atalanta didn't even hesitate before answering, then added quickly, "I'll go wherever you go." A broken bar. At this point, Atalanta sensed something was wrong, and after a slight pause, she quickly added, "Because our game is not over yet." "What are you saying? Are you going to be with me for the rest of my life because of this competition?" Promise was speechless and smiled. Atalanta didn't answer, merely averting her gaze and brushing aside. Atalanta did not answer this, but shifted her gaze slightly, no longer looking at the boy as she reached out to press down a stray lock of her azure hair beside her ear. Thus, the winged horse once again spread its silver-white wings, carrying Promise and Atalanta into the vast blue sky. In the kingdom of Arcadia, the onlookers, including the king, waited for the return of Atalanta and Promise. However, they waited a long time, but no result came. Because this game will continue forever, until one day, the young man or the hunter lady puts the leaf in her hand on the wooden stake representing the finish line. Chapter 149, The Argo Sets Sail. A few days later, the winged horse returned to Jason's homeland, the kingdom of Iolcos, bringing Promise and Atalanta back to the gathering place of the heroes. Theseus? When he came back, Promise was surprised to see Theseus tied up with ropes, hanging upside down from a tree. "How did you get back so fast?" "A broken bar." "Could it be that you broke our agreement?" It hadn't even been a month since the incident with Theseus, and Promise couldn't understand how he managed to return so quickly without any form of transportation. As for why Theseus was hanging there, it was naturally because Helen's sister and brother had beaten him up and tied him there as punishment. No, I didn't." Theseus, who was still hanging, quickly explained when he saw Promise's displeased expression. "I went to Helen's homeland, apologized to her parents that day, and after they forgave me, I fell asleep. When I woke up, I found myself back here. And in that half-asleep state, I think I heard the voice of Persephone, the goddess, saying she had forgiven me and telling me to hurry back or something." A broken bar. As Promise stood the dumbfounded by Theseus' explanation. "Promise and Atalanta, why are you so slow?" The red-haired youth Meleager, who should have been behind them, walked over at this moment. By now, the lingering affection in Meleager's eyes when looking at Atalanta had completely vanished. It turned out that no long after Promise and Atalanta had left, Hermes helped him return to Iolcos. Within 2 days, thanks to an ointment Hermes had given him, Meleager's wound from being pierced through the arrow had also healed long ago. "Brother Promise." Just then, a little girl's voice called out, and little Helen came running toward him, immediately throwing herself into his arms. "I missed you so much, Brother Promise." "Where did you go? Why didn't you come back sooner?" As she said this, Helen turned her head and her purple eyes spotted Atalanta standing next to the boy. Of course this was not the point. The point was that she suddenly discovered that Pegasus was standing very close to Atalanta. It seemed this girl had known Brother Promise before, and it seemed their relationship was quite close. "Who is she?" Atalanta also looked at Helen in confusion, somewhat astonished at how beautiful the girl in front of her was. "She's Helen, the younger sister of the twins. Because of some reason, she seems to be very attached to me now," Promise explained to Atalanta with a smile. Hearing this, the latter instinctively glanced at Promise, then turned to look at Helen, who was clinging to him and looking at her with a wary expression. For a moment, Atalanta found the girl's behavior a little familiar. It was almost as if she were looking at the moon goddess, Artemisa. Broken bar. And in that instant, Atalanta understood. "Helen, this is Sister Atalanta. Come and say hello to her." Promise introduced Atalanta to Helen. Hearing this, Helen smiled sweetly and greeted Atalanta very obediently. Yet, when Promise wasn't looking, she shot Atalanta a glance filled with unmistakable wariness and hostility. "Promise, you're finally back." Jason, Hercules, and Orpheus, strumming his lyre, emerged from their quarters, greeting Promise with excitement. At the same time, Promise also noticed Actaeon, who had turned into a great stag, and the young witch Medea stepping out as well. Seeing these ancient Greek heroes appearing one by one and gathering here because of him, the young man couldn't help but smile as he turned his head to look at Jason, and said, "Hey, Jason. What is it?" "It's time to set off," Promise grinned and said. "Let's leave tomorrow morning." Yes, it was time. The heroes were preparing to embark on their journey, and soon the news spread like wildfire across every corner of Iolcos. After all, less than 2 years had passed since the incident, and the most of the kingdom's inhabitants still vividly remembered that day when Promise and Jason, who had just come down the mountain, came to this kingdom. They remembered how, during the sacrifice to Hera, Jason's uncle, King Peleus, held a ceremony to honor the Queen of the Gods, and the trial that had been set before them by the goddess Hera herself. The gods would bear witness to this grand adventure, and when they returned in glory, Jason would reclaim all that he had once lost. So, that night, the light of torches made Iolcos shine like it was daytime, as the people cheered and, on their own accord, hosted a grand feast to send off the heroes who were about to embark on their journey. They brought out their finest wines and delicacies, sparing no expense in celebrating the heroes' departure. Even Jason's uncle, King Peleus, attended the feast. "I don't wish to see you return, Broken Bar. I also hope to witness that glorious scene," King Peleus said to Jason during the celebration. "Well then, I'm going to disappoint you, yet make you happy at the same time." To this, Jason, who was full of vigor and vitality, replied as follows. Pointing toward the assembled heroes, he declared loudly, "Because we will return, bringing back the treasure of the Golden Fleece, laden with glory." Jason's voice echoed through the banquet, and the gathered heroes laughed heartily, raising their cups of wine and toasting with him in celebration. Meanwhile, amidst the crowd, Helen was searching everywhere without success and began to grow anxious. In her desperation, she finally approached Atalanta, who was standing alone in the shadows, reluctant but determined to ask, "Sister Atalanta, have you seen Brother Promise?" Atalanta's calm green eyes glanced at her indifferently. "There's no need to search. You won't find him." "Why?" Helen looked at her, feeling a bit confused. "Because when you notice he's gone, there's only one conclusion." Rising to leave the noisy celebration, which she never liked, Atalanta said, "He's already standing before the gods." On the outskirts of the kingdom, Promise stood alone by a small river under the moonlight. The boy bathed in the soft glow of the moon, his reflection shimmering in the clear water. Then, Promise placed a small $1 representing the goddess Clotho, the phaeton, on the grass beside him. "Goddess Clotho, would you like to chat with me?" Promise smiled as he spoke to the doll. The doll did not respond right away. However, its body stiffened slightly, and if one looked closely, a hint of panic flashed across its face. "If you don't speak, I'll take it as your agreement," Promise said with a grin as he laid down beside the doll, gazing up at the starry night sky. The cool night breeze passed by, and it didn't take long before the small figure of the goddess Clotho appeared in place of the doll, standing before Promise. Clotho sat down, gently lifted Promise's head, and placed it on her lap. Then, in a tender and gentle yet stern voice, trying to appear authoritative despite her youth, she asked, "When did you find out?" "When you gave me the doll," Promise replied. "After all, the goddess Athena warned me early on not to casually speak the names of goddesses. She said that no matter what I said, they would hear it. This was, after all, the age of gods." Hearing this, Clotho fell silent for a moment. She then looked up, and the once white pupils of her eyes now gleamed with the blue of the sky. Clotho and Promise gazed at the night scenery together. They didn't say anything else, and there was no need for them to say anything, because as long as he needed her, the goddess of fate would always come to him. Morning came. The heroes gathered at the port, assembling on the Argo. No one from the crowd followed them further. The heroes quickly boarded the ship, except for Promise, who remained standing below, gazing at the dawn breaking over the horizon. The light illuminated the heroes and the divine ship, the Argo, which was built by the gods themselves. The boy's emerald eyes then looked far into the distance. He knew that the gods were watching, having long awaited this moment. And when he wanted to see them, they appeared. He saw the main gods of the Olympus, the gods with whom he had formed bonds, all gathered there to witness this moment. Even Hades, the god of the underworld, Demeter, the goddess of agriculture, and Hestia were present. Promise also spotted Thetis, the wise sea nymph, who kept her promise, standing amidst the waves of the ocean, smiling and waving at him. "Ah, even my teacher is here." Promise chuckled as he noticed Chiron, the wise centaur, standing in the distant forest. Scanning the gathering, his gaze finally settled on two of the most revered goddesses, Hera, the queen of the gods, and Athena, the goddess of wisdom. This time, the two of them stood together, which was rare. When Hera noticed Promise's gaze, she gave him an incredibly gentle smile, and Athena also smiled, but her eyes were full of expectation when she looked at the boy. "It's time to set sail," Promise said, pulling his gaze back, then turned around and boarded the ship. And with that, the Argo officially set sail. Orpheus, the son of the Apollo, the god of light, began to play the song he had promised Promise long ago, the Binksprue. The beautiful melody of the lyre filled the air, and the rousing, joyful tune stirred the blood of every hero, filling them with excitement and anticipation for the adventure ahead. When Promise moved to the bow of the ship, and stood right on the edge, many people were startled and frightened, fearing a gust of wind might blow him off, until they saw the boy take out the white feathered brush from the sky. Promise painted a picture, and in that moment, he captured the scene, one worthy of being etched in time. In the painting, the light of dawn illuminated the darkness, casting its glow on the laughing heroes who had gathered together. Orpheus played his lyre, filling the ship with beautiful music, while beside him, his beloved nymph Eurydice sang, accompanying her lover with her sweet voice. Meleager stood alongside the great stag Actaeon, facing the sea breeze, while the Gemini stood with the most beautiful Helen. Medea was carefully greeting Atalanta, while Hercules stood tall on the ship, and Jason, full of spirit, manned the helm, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon as the mighty Argo sailed toward the rising sun on the sea's edge. It was a beautiful scene, perfectly capturing the moment. "But, Brother Promise, why aren't you in this painting?" Helen poked her head over and asked in confusion. The latter, who had just completed his painting, smiled softly in response. "Because my place is not in this painting." The journey began at dawn, and when they return, it would be at dusk. Comment 32. Vote to left. Chapter 150, The Goddess of Beauty, Aphrodite. At the base of the volcano, the most beautiful goddess of Greek mythology stood before the grand bronze doors of the temple. This was the temple of Hephaestus, one of the 12 gods of the Olympus. How long had it been since she'd last returned? The goddess of beauty, Aphrodite, gazed at the temple, the wind gently blowing through her waist-length, crimson-red hair. It had been so long since that incident. I hadn't seen her since. As the goddess of beauty stood in front the temple, her thoughts turned to the god within, and she couldn't help but feel a bit moved. In Greek mythology, the most beautiful goddess, Aphrodite, had married the ugliest god, Hephaestus. So to put it simply, Hephaestus, the goddess teacher of promise, was the husband of Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty. "Are you ... the goddess Aphrodite?" A sudden exclamation broke Aphrodite's reverie, causing her to instinctively turn her gaze to the side. There, she saw a maid with long flaxen hair, wearing an outfit that made the goddess pause. It was one of Promise's whims, the first of its kind in this era-maid outfit. The maid's name was Eucleia, a puppet servant of goddess Hephaestus, and the first doll she had given a name. Seeing her, Aphrodite came back to her sense and subconsciously blinked in slight surprise as she said, "You're still alive? You haven't been dismantled?" At these words, the surprised smile on Eucleia's face froze momentarily, but she quickly straightened up proudly and replied, "The master won't dismantle me anymore because she's given me a name. I'm called Eucleia now." Hearing this, the goddess of beauty, Aphrodite was even more astonished. After all, she knew that Euclea was an imperfect creation in the eyes of her husband. Although she indeed resembled a real person, she lacked a soul. Hephaestus had once created a doll with a soul, his first daughter and the first woman the gods gave to humanity, Pandora. Aphrodite understood very well that, due to Hera's influence, Hephaestus obsessively pursued perfection, to the point of being consumed by it. After all, she herself was a casualty of that obsession. She's the most beautiful goddess, so I wanted to see if she was truly the most beautiful. That's why I agreed to the marriage. The indifferent Hephaestus had once told Promise, answering a curious question. Later, Hephaestus had woven a net from chains capable of binding gods, ensnaring Aphrodite and Ares, the god of war, during one of their trysts, displaying them in front of all the gods. It was after this incident that Aphrodite had never returned to this place. Honored goddess Aphrodite, are you here to see the master? The maid named Euclea seemed very happy to lead the way for the goddess of beauty as she said, "The master will be very happy to see you come back." However, her voice suddenly trailed off, faltering as she seemed to remember something. Her words grew smaller and smaller. The maid's claim that goddess Hephaestus would be happy wasn't baseless. After all, she had indeed witnessed the few times her goddess had smiled, and many of those smiles had come while she was crafting exquisite jewelry for the goddess of beauty to dress her up. But those smiles had vanished on that fateful day. What's more, Hephaestus' smiles were no longer rarer every time that boy, Promise, came to visit. The goddess of beauty did not notice that something was wrong with the maid, because, as the maid pushed open the large bronze doors and revealed the temple's interior, the goddess laid eyes on her. There, standing by the entrance, as though waiting for her all along, was Hephaestus. Her long golden hair gleamed, her amber eyes shone, and half of her face was covered by a dark mask. Looking at Hephaestus, you saw her husband appear before her. Aphrodite stiffened suddenly. Even though she had come here after fully preparing herself mentally, her body tensed, and her eyes widened slightly. After a long pause, Aphrodite regained her composure and, with a mocking smile, said, "Hephaestus, my dear, what a surprise to see you show up in your true form before me." However, Hephaestus completely ignored her barbed words, her expression unchanging as he gazed at his wife in front of her. She just tilted her head slightly, and spoke with certainty, "Aphrodite, you're here because of Promise, aren't you?" Hearing her words, Aphrodite paused again, staring at Hephaestus. After a moment of silence, she finally spoke, "So Athena wasn't lying to me after all. Though I couldn't imagine it, it seems you've truly changed. All because of a mere human." She glanced at the maid beside her, adding with a slight sneer, "You even gave a name to that defective creation." "So what?" Hephaestus responded calmly, unmoved. "Why have you come to see me?" Aphrodite's anger flared at his indifference, at the fact that he was looking at her, but his eyes seemed to hold no regard for her at all. But she took a deep breath and did not lose her composure again. Instead, she laughed and said to Hephaestus, "My dear husband, did you know? During my years wandering among mortals, I found a flawless gem. She is even more remarkable than your most prized creation, Pandora, more stunning than even I am. While I may be bound or shackled by you, by Hera, the queen, and by Zeus, she is different. In her, I saw boundless desire, conquest, and war. Her future will be filled with conflict, and even we, high above, will be drawn into it. And now, she stands beside that boy, Promise." Hephaestus remained silent, looking at the goddess of beauty, smiling as she spoke. In the end she finally responded, "Is that so? And what do you want to do about it? My dear, I know why you care so much for that boy. He appears to be perfect." Aphrodite was somewhat dissatisfied with Hephaestus's reaction, but soon she smiled indifferently and continued. "All the gods adore him. The heroes are eager to protect him, and although he looks fragile, he can create miracles that even we cannot fathom. So, my dear Hephaestus, don't you want to see for yourself? To see if this boy is truly so perfect?" Hearing this, Hephaestus paused for a moment, and even the Mage Eucleia, who had been bowing her head quietly, lifted her gaze to glance at Aphrodite, before looking back at her master. You know, the goddess of beauty Aphrodite, who was standing in front of the bronze gate of the temple, tilted her head and looked into the distance as she spoke. The first place those heroes will land is an island called Lemnos, home to a kingdom. I am now the guardian of that land. It used to be a prosperous kingdom, but now, only women remain on the island. Because jealousy and desire consumed their reason, and they killed all the men on the island. Hephaestus was quiet for a moment before saying, "That was your doing, wasn't it?" "Not exactly. I merely fulfilled their desires," Aphrodite responded with a smile. "They were originally cursed, their bodies emitting a foul stench, and the men of the island no longer wanted to be near them. So they prayed to me, asking to be beautiful and clean again. I decided to grant their wish, and I told them it was simply if they could make a man willing to endure stench and love them despite it. But it turned out that not a single man on the island was willing. During a failed argument, one woman accidentally killed a man, and to her surprise, I blessed her for it. And from there, the anger and jealousy they had been suppressing for a long time, completely consumed them up." Hephaestus did not say anything, continuing to watch Aphrodite, waiting for her to finish. "And now, the island is saturated with my divine power. It amplifies everyone's desires and lusts beyond measure. So, my dear husband, let's play a game." "A fun game." Aphrodite turned back to Hephaestus, her smile dazzling as she said, "Let's see if those heroes, who have finally gathered together, will succumb to the temptations of an island full of women. Let's see how that boy whom the goddess of justice Themis has her eye on will judge them, and let's see if the heroes, who are so eager to protect that boy, will turn on him because of greed and desire." And most importantly, as she spoke, Aphrodite summoned an artifact into her hand. The moment Hephaestus saw it, her expression suddenly darkened with gravity and anger, because she knew that artifact all too well. It was one of her most prized creations. It was none other than the bow and arrows of Eros, the weapon of Cupid. "Let's see once more." Seeing that Hephaestus' expression finally changed, Aphrodite said with a cheerful voice, "If that boy can truly do anything in the face of the abyss of endless desire, will he take a step into it, or, as always, will he perform yet another miracle that leaves us all in awe? How exciting would it be, don't you think, Hephaestus?" Aphrodite, with a wide smile, stood before Hephaestus, but despite her expectations, the latter didn't react with anger. Instead, she remained as calm as ever, though her gaze toward her grew colder. "Enough, Aphrodite," Hephaestus finally said. "You don't need to use so many words to mask your true intentions. You simply hate him, don't you? So, you want to humiliate and destroy him." Aphrodite's smile slowly faded as she looked at Hephaestus, returning to her true, cold demeanor. "So what if that's the case? What can you do about it?" She responded indifferently. "You can't refuse, because he is destined to come before me. After all, he still needs to obtain the painting from me." Hephaestus had lost all interest in continuing the conversation. She turned her wheelchair around, and in the next second, the large bronze doors of the temple closed, shutting Aphrodite outside. Watching Hephaestus turn away so decisively, the goddess of beauty bit her lip in frustration, gripping Cupid's bow tightly in her hand. Then, without wasting more time, she departed for the island of Lemnos. As the door slammed shut, Eucleia, the maid who had been eavesdropping in the corner, couldn't help but rush forward. She pushed Hephaestus' wheelchair and asked anxiously, "Master, should I go warn Lord Promise now?" "There's no need," Hephaestus replied indifferently. "Athena and the Fates are always watching over him. If necessary, they'll inform him." But seeing the worry on her face, Hephaestus sighed and said, "Did you not hear what she said at the beginning? It was Athena who sent her to me." Hearing her words, Eucleia blinked in surprise, then her face lit up with joy. "Does that mean Lord Promise is safe?" "Not exactly," the latter replied calmly. Aphrodite brought Cupid's bow with her, and Athena wouldn't have sent her without some kind of challenge in mind. Things won't be that simple. Euclea was at a loss for words. Master, how can you stay so calm? She asked, sounding slightly frustrated. Do you really think Athena sent her just to cause trouble? Hephaestus asked with a bemused look. Aphrodite may be foolish, but are you as well? Then she shook her head, and spoke in an exasperated tone. I remember when I created you, I made you a little smarter and more resourceful than most, didn't I? Did you put all your energy into survival instead of using your brain? Before receiving her name, Euclea had indeed been overly cautious, always on edge. So, as Hephaestus' words sank in, her face froze with embarrassment. Who crafted Cupid's bow? Seeing this, Hephaestus asked with a sigh. Of course, it was you, the great master. She quickly answered. And where are we going now? Hephaestus asked again. Hearing this, the maid glanced ahead, suddenly realizing the direction. To the forge. Her eyes widened as she finally pieced everything together. Meanwhile, Aphrodite had arrived at the island of Lemnos. Chapter 151, The Heroes. Goddess of Justice, Promise. Several days later, the heroes arrived on Lemnos Island. Promise was not unfamiliar with the story of this island. After all, this place was the first destination in the fatal journey of the Argonauts, and it symbolized desire. Lemnos was an island in the Aegean Sea, and according to some versions of the myth, its women, known as the Lemnian women, had angered the goddess Aphrodite by neglecting to worship her properly. There was another version where they were the aftermath of the conflict between Hephaestus and Aphrodite, as the former humiliated her in front of all Olympus, causing her to take out her anger of Lemnian women, cursing them with a foul body odor. In any case, the result of the curse was the same. The women of Lemnos were spurned by their husbands in favor of the Thracian women they had captured raiding. In a fit of jealousy and revenge, the Lemnian women killed all the men on the island, sparing no one, not even their sons, brothers and fathers. Except Thoas, the king of Lemnos, and Hypsipyle's elderly father, whom she secretly sent away during the massacre. With all men dead, only women remained on the island. The surviving women consisted of widows, even mothers who had killed their sons. However, they were all women, beautiful women of all ages, and more than enough to stir the desire of those who were already controlled by their lower body. Therefore, in the myth, when the Argonauts led by Jason arrived on Lemnos during their quest for the Golden Fleece, and found the island populated entirely by women, they all quickly fell under the spell of this paradise, indulging themselves without any care of the world and their missions. However, one member of the Argonauts was not as charmed by the luxurious life on Lemnos as Heracles. He was not interested in getting involved with the women, as he was focused on their mission. While the other Argonauts were forming relationships with the Lemnian women, Heracles remained aloof. Instead, he saw the time on Lemnos as a dangerous distraction. In Greek myth, it was common for heroes to be tested by temptations that could lead them away from their quests, and Heracles recognized this. Watching the men falling into a state of laziness, forgetting the mission they had set out on, he became frustrated. He knew that their stay on the island, while enjoyable, was delaying their progress and could lead to failure if they didn't regain their focus. But after seeing how deeply the men had immersed themselves in the comforts of Lemnos, Heracles finally had enough. He called a meeting to remind these heroes of their goal, the Golden Fleece, that their mission was not one of pleasure but of duty and destiny, and by staying here they were forgetting it. But, by this time, the heroes had been fallen to the point of no return. After all, the women of Lemnos had given them everything they lacked after months at sea: comfort, warmth, and affection. Jason, in particular, was deeply involved with Hypsipyle, the queen of Lemnos, and their bond was more than just physical, as she had even borne him children. Many of the other Argonauts had also found companionship with the Lemnian women and were reluctant to leave. So, no matter how much Hercules, the only sober one, cursed them, they looked like they were living in a drunken state. They lived as if in a dream, refusing to leave. However, quite ironically, in the original legend, It wasn't a sudden burst of heroic duty that finally woke them up to continue their journey again. Instead, it was something much simpler: responsibility. With no men on the island, the women were now responsible for ruling the island themselves, farming, and even fighting. But their weak bodies were unable to manage the hard labor of farming and other tasks, so, while the women initially wanted the heroes to stay out of loneliness, their purpose of keeping them didn't stop just there. They also needed them for work. But they forgot something. Who were they? They were heroes, after all. So, when they found out that they had to toil in order to enjoy the pleasures of the island, they started complaining. They felt their glory was being trampled upon, and eventually, under the cover of night, while no one was watching, they fled the island with all the food, leaving behind nothing but broken promises and selfish desires. Therefore, at first, Promise hadn't planned to stop on this island at all. After all, the mere thought of the chaos to come gave him a headache, and he had no intention of getting involved in it. There was no way. Promise was too familiar with Jason and the others, and because of this, he knew that they might really do such a thing. No, this should be removed. His experience with them told him they would likely end up doing exactly that. To avoid trouble, Promise had initially ensured that the ship was stocked with plenty of food, enough to last them to the next island. However, what he hadn't expected was a sudden, thick mist that engulfed them at dawn. And then, it was too late to do anything, because, by the time they emerged from the fog, they had already arrived at the island's port. Before Promise could even react, the envoys who were to receive them had already arrived on the island. Noble heroes who have come from afar, the esteemed goddess of beauty Aphrodite has already bestowed upon us her divine oracle before you came, asking us to wait for you here. Looking at them, one of the beautiful emissaries announced the oracle softly. During this period, the heroes were surprised to find that all the people who came to welcome them were delicate and beautiful women. So, curiosity got the better of them, and upon finding out that there were no men on the island and only women, other heroes couldn't resist their fascination. Their gazes lingered on the women, whose eyes were filled with longing. Before long, most of the heroes on the ship were unwilling to leave. Promise, why don't we stay on this island for a few days? Jason was the first to suggest as he looked at the young man beside him. Before the latter could reply, Jason took his hand, pulled him aside and whispered, "You might not care, after all, you have Atalanta and Medea with you, but you have to think about us too. It's been days since I've had the company of a woman." The blonde hero pleaded as Promise looked at him in silence. He then glanced over at several others standing beside him, who were all giving him expectant looks and couldn't help but sigh internally. He had known it would come to this, but, given that these were the heroes of ancient Greece, it wasn't all that surprising. After all, most of them were either perverts, shameless womanizers, or well on their way to becoming such. "You're the captain. It's your decision," Promise said, resigned to the inevitable. After all, the things had already come to this point and it was too late to do anything. Not to mention, that unusual fog was undoubtedly the work of the gods, so, resisting would be pointless. However, just as Jason prepared to cheer in victory, Promise interrupted in a serious tone. "However, Jason, there's something I need to remind you of." As he said this, he looked at Jason with a serious expression, and he didn't control the volume, so he was telling this to everyone on the ship. "You all have your own lives and make your own choices. I understand that these so-called heroes all had bad habits." Promise knew this very well. Just as he often called Jason a coward, a womanizer, and an arrogant fool, he knew each of them had their flaws. But even though he knew all this, Promise still counted them as friends. He had even vouched for Jason before Goddess Hera, insisting that he was a hero. "But at the same time, Jason, you should know very well how much I despise those who refuse to take responsibility for their actions. Moreover, the goddess of justice, Themis, has entrusted me with the scales of judgment and the sword of justice." As he said this, he turned his head and looked at the people around him, especially Actaeon, who had been transformed into a stag, and Theseus, who had once kidnapped Helen. "Although I won't interfere with your choices, but if those scales tip, I won't hesitate to wield that sword against you. Do you understand? Promise wasn't the type of person who would impose his will on others or preach them about how they should live. He wasn't that arrogant. But he would hold up the scales and sword, standing by. After all, it was he who had gathered these heroes together. In his mind, he was responsible for them, and beyond that, they were his friends. This, too, was part of the thread of destiny that the sea goddess Thetis had spoken of, far part of the justice that the goddess Themis expected of him. Therefore, no matter whether it was the affairs of gods or humans, Promise would do his best to make kind and fair judgments. In that sense, Promise was the very embodiment of the hero's goddess of justice. Chapter 152. Do you like that version of me? His words were calm, but they reached the ears of every hero present, resonated deeply with them, especially with Theseus and Actaeon, who felt the weight of his message. Even so, Jason and the others got off the ship. Even Orpheus, though he had a wife, couldn't resist the temptation. Of course, he only wanted to explore the island after all. With his wife present, any other woman didn't matter to him. Not to mention he was quite afraid of what she would do if he were to do anything. But, no matter the reason, in the end, he got off the ship. After all, their time at sea had been monotonous and dull. Helen also decided to leave the ship. Initially, she had planned to stay by Promise's side, and had no intention of getting off the ship. But then she heard the voice of her goddess. Meanwhile, Atalanta and Actaeon, the stag, left the ship to go hunting. In the end, only 3 people remained on the ship: Promise, Hercules, and Medea. Hercules had initially planned to chat with Promise, but when he saw Medea, dressed in her light purple gown, approach the young man, who was standing on the deck, he smiled knowingly and tactfully distanced himself. However, what Hercules did not know was that Medea was not looking for Promise to deepen their bond, but rather to deliver a piece of news that surprised him a little. Promise, something seems a little off about this island, she said with a frown. Hearing her words, Promise felt a bit confused and asked, "What do you mean?" He knew something would be off about this since he had known from the original myths. However, he knew she was not talking about this. "There's a mixture of curses, blessings, and divine power here," she explained. "It's chaotic, and it feels dangerous. I can sense my teacher warning me, urging me not to set foot on this island." "Your teacher?" Promise raised an eyebrow, curious. "That unreliable teacher of yours actually contacted you?" "No." Speaking of her teacher, Medea pouted all of a sudden, and even felt a dull pain in her buttocks again as she complained, "She hasn't paid any attention to me for ages." A broken bar. "It's more like a feeling. To be precise, it is the protective spell that the teacher had once cast on me." Promise wasn't surprised by this. After all, Hecate, Medea's goddess and teacher, was indeed very powerful, even if her personality was less than dependable. "So, Promise, I think it's best if we leave this place quickly." Promise couldn't help but chuckle at Medea's suggestion as he looked at her and responded, "Medea, do you know why we ended up here in the first place?" The latter blinked, recalling the mysterious fog from earlier that morning. Being quick-witted, she soon pieced it together. "So, they aren't in any real danger?" Promise smiled and thought to himself, "No, they're not the ones in danger. I suspect the one who might be in trouble would be me." Even though Goddess Athena and Messenger Hermes hadn't made their presence known, Promise was well aware of the situation. After all, it had been over 2 years of divine interventions and trials. By now, he had grown accustomed to it. Though he kept these thoughts to himself, Promise didn't share them with Medea. Seeing her looking at him with her head tilted slightly in confusion, he thought for a whole and changed the subject. "By the way, Medea, how have you been adjusting to life on the ship?" Medea seemed momentarily caught off guard by the question, as if she hadn't expected it. Then, looking into Promise's emerald eyes, she couldn't help but let out a warm smile and said, "Promise, you really haven't changed a dull broken bar. You're just like you were when we first met at my teacher's temple. You don't really have to worry about me, because I'm truly happy. In fact, it feels almost too luxurious." After all, For someone like me to be part of such a grand adventure. A broken bar, it's hard to believe. And beside us a broken bar. At this point, Medea's green eyes flickered as she shyly glanced at Promise again. This is your story, after all. She could never forget that night when, with her teacher's help, she saw those 6 paintings. A broken bar. The girl's feelings toward Promise were not particularly complicated. She admired him deeply. Having studied under Hecate, who used to live alone, Medea had always felt isolated and lonely. So, when Promise entered her life, he quickly became someone incredibly important to her, occupying a major position in her heart. And as the series of events followed and she learned more and more about what Promise had done and the choices he had made, her admiration naturally grew into a sense of worship. To be part of this adventure is an honor, and I believe it's the greatest glory of my life, Medea said with a smile to Promise. Is that so? Hearing her words, Promise smiled back at her, his eyes warm. Buta broken bar. Medea, you do know where we're headed, right? Yes. Medea nodded. Colchis. It was the land of the Golden Fleece and also Medea's homeland. And Medea wasn't just anyone there, she was a princess of that land. Have you heard the legend? Promise continued, after a brief moment of hesitation. There's a rumor that the precious treasure, the Golden Fleece, is tied to the life of the king, the eldest of the Fates, the one who controls death and is responsible for severing the thread of life, told the king that as long as the Golden Fleece remains, so will his life. If it perishes, so will he. That's why the king dedicated the Golden Fleece to Ares, the god of war, and had an ever-watchful, sleepless dragon guard it forever. As Promise recounted this, Medea remained calm, blinking with curiosity, as though she was simply listening to a story rather than hearing about her own family. Medea, you don't have anything to say about that? Seeing this, Promise asked, blinking at her in return. After all, Medea was the princess, and it was clear who this king was, her father. No, not really. Medea tilted her head innocently. Should I be acting surprised? She even questioned why Promise would expect her to react differently. Is she planning to keep up this pretense until we reach Colchis and then reveal her identity? Seeing her like this, Promise naturally thought to himself. However, just as he was about to move on, he saw the pure and lovely Medea in front of him with a single ponytail raising the corners of her lips. She winked at him and said with a teasing smile, Promise, you were thinking that I'm hiding my identity on purpose, right? Hee. Who's the real fool here? Promise, did you really think I am so stupid that I wouldn't realize you've known my identity all along? She giggled, clearly amused by the boy's assumptions. Why don't you think about how you addressed the goddess of fate, Atropos? That day you called her big sister. And that day I was utterly shocked. I had never seen so many gods in one place. And here I thought you'd be a filial daughter with some fatherly feelings for your family, Promise said, suddenly remembering the myths about Medea. In the legends, after being struck by one of Cupid's arrows of love, Medea fell hopelessly in love with Jason that she even killed her own younger brother in order to help Jason get the Golden Fleece. Somehow, I feel like you're thinking something very rude right now. As she said this, Medea pulled out her staff and imitated her goddess teacher Hecate by tapping Promise lightly on the head. Well, it was more like a gentle touch, since she didn't have Hecate's ability to deliver a painful yet harmless blow. It's because I know that you'll reach Colchis and take the Golden Fleece, Medea continued, smiling sweetly. And as long as you're the one to take it, what is there for me to worry about? After all, Promise, you'll show Clotho, the goddess of fate, the most beautiful future from among all possible fates, won't you? Medea laughed softly, as if her reasoning was the most obvious thing in the world. At this moment, looking at her, Promise finally realized this little witch likely knew everything all along. She had been pretending not to know, probably ever since Hecate kicked her out of the temple and she managed to find her way here. Medea had already guessed the truth. Seeing the boy's dawning realization, Medea smiled faintly and turned to leave. But halfway through her step, something seemed to come to mind, and she turned back, her violet eyes gazing at him. Promise, by the way. Speaking of the future, do you think you'd like the version of me from that future? she asked with a mischievous yet questioning glint in her eyes. Faced with her sudden question, Promise shook his head and responded, "No, I wouldn't like that version of you." She would be the witch of betrayal in the original future. In that future, Medea, driven mad by betrayal, even killed her own children. I see. Then, in the presence of my teacher, the goddess Hecate. I vow never to become like that. Medea smiled, even though she didn't know the exact details of her original fate. Nevertheless, she made a solemn promise under the watchful gaze of the goddess. That vow was enough to draw the attention of the goddess lurking in the underworld. Chapter 153, Aphrodite. I simply want to destroy you. I suppose, if I'm not mistaken, you must be the revered goddess Aphrodite, correct? Promise asked. Night had fallen, and the silver moonlight danced on the ocean's surface. A silvery comet shot across the sky, landing on the beach near the Anchordago. Sensing something unusual, Promise naturally left the ship and walked over to the shore, where he saw the most beautiful goddess, Aphrodite, sitting on a rock by the sea. Beside her was Pegasus, who was resting contentedly as she gently stroked him. Promise glanced at the creature, who, to his surprise, winked at him with an innocent expression, as if to say, "I'm not to blame here." In the moonlight, Aphrodite's fiery red hair gleamed like flames, and she wore a silver gown. The goddess' light yellow eyes locked onto Promise as he approached. "You're just like the rumors say," Aphrodite said with a soft laugh. "Delicate, like a flower, so fragile that one wouldn't even have the urge to pluck you, only to care for you tenderly." "But such a flower, while beautiful, might be too fragile," Promise mused, replying thoughtfully. "Oh?" Aphrodite raised her eyebrow in surprise. "And why do you say that?" "Because no matter how carefully a flower is tended, there comes a day when it must bloom for the world to see. That's its purpose, isn't it?" Promise smiled. "Overly cautious care might just cause it to wither at the slightest breeze, right when it's supposed to shine." "Are you saying a broken bar?" Aphrodite narrowed her eyes. "You're a flower with thorns?" Promise didn't respond immediately but moved closer. At that moment, Pegasus, sensing the shift, discreetly left Aphrodite's side and returned to the boy. Using Pegasus as leverage, Promise climbed up onto the rock and sat beside Aphrodite. The goddess didn't stop him, but she did instinctively shift her position slightly, putting a bit more distance between them. "They say you're a good child, always respectful toward us gods," she said, watching him intently. "But it seems that's not entirely true." "If I were that respectful, would I have led a group of us to hunt Hermes himself?" Promise replied playfully, winking at Aphrodite. Her face went silent at that. "Still, I do respect the gods, especially Goddess Hera and my teacher, Hephaestus." Aphrodite eyed him, her gaze sharp and thoughtful. "So, you dislike me?" "At first, only a little," Promise answered without hesitation. Honesty was his approach. After all, lying to a goddess was pointless. "After all, technically, I should be calling you teacher's wife, shouldn't I?" Promise knew enough about the strained relationship between Aphrodite and Hephaestus. Since Hephaestus was his mentor, it wasn't surprising that he harbored some resentment toward Aphrodite from the start. But now, well, my opinion of you isn't great. "Do you know why I went after Hermes?" Promise asked in a serious tone. It was because Hermes, seeking amusement, had dragged Promise's friends and teacher into the troublesome Golden Apple incident. "And now, Goddess Aphrodite, what you're doing seems quite similar to what he did. When did you find out?" "Who told you?" Aphrodite's tone was cool, but there was a clear edge of anger in her voice. "No one told me." "It's just obvious," Promise answered. "I've been trying to avoid this island, but you brought us here anyway. And as soon as we arrived, you arranged for everyone to be teleported away." "Of course, I hoped at first that it was a gesture of goodwill on your part, Goddess Aphrodite. And yet, here you are, standing right before me." "Goddess Aphrodite," Promise said, his emerald eyes meeting her golden ones, watching her closely. Aphrodite's eyes glinted as she gazed at the young boy. For a moment, she almost felt the urge to compliment him. But Promise's next words quickly broke the mood. "Well, Everything I just said was half true. Not a lie, but not the whole truth either. Shrugging with a playful grin, Promise continued, the real reason is much simpler. On this whole journey so far, the goddess Athena hasn't shown up to talk to me once. The adventure has finally begun, yet she hasn't sought me out or sent any guidance. Everything's been unnaturally peaceful. That alone tells me something's off. That's goddess Athena we're talking about, her, the goddess of wisdom herself. And if she's being so quiet, there's only one explanation. She's been watching this trial unfold the whole time, or she's waiting for it to arrive. Don't you agree, Goddess Aphrodite? Aphrodite's lips twitched as she heard his reasoning. She knew Promise wasn't lying, and worse, she couldn't refute him. Even Pegasus, grazing nearby, seemed to nod as if to say, finally, someone figured it out. After all, everyone in the god realm knew that Athena was only quiet when she was either watching a spectacle unfold or waiting for something exciting to happen. In the distant heavens, the silver-haired, golden-eyed Athena scowled. How dare he say such things? Hera, can you talk some sense into your follower? Look at him, spreading such nonsense. Athena huffed in frustration. Next to her, Hera rolled her eyes. What nonsense? Little Promise is just telling the truth, said their pink-haired elder sister Hestia, feigning surprise. That's slander. Total slander. No way, I'm going to have a talk with him next time. I'm not that kind of Athena, she protested indignantly. You sure about that? Hera muttered under her breath, but then paused, narrowing her eyes. Wait a minute. Athena, you're just looking for an excuse to go see the boy, aren't you? Meanwhile, down on the shore, Aphrodite cast a weary glance at the heavens, clearly annoyed by the commotion the other gods were causing as they eavesdropped. Turning back to Promise, she let out an exasperated sigh. The goddess's elegant demeanor faded, her face now displaying irritation and impatience as she clicked her tongue and grumbled, "You're a lot more annoying than I expected. And even though you know everything, you just couldn't keep quiet, could you? You had to say it out loud." "Well, one has to be honest with the gods," Promise replied, his clear green eyes gleaming with sincerity. After all, Goddess Athena and Hera were definitely watching. This was a trial, and since Aphrodite was involved, it undoubtedly had something to do with the painting from the chief gods. There was no way those gods would pass up such entertainment. "I think you're better off hanging out with Hestia than with Hera and Athena." "You two would get along just fine," Aphrodite muttered, her gaze sharp as she scrutinized Promise, as if beginning to see through his true nature. And yet she found herself oddly intrigued by this little human. There was something about him that she found interesting. "Fine, let's keep this simple. I've set up a trial for you. Solve it, and I'll give you the painting. But if you fail..." She trailed off with a smirk. "What happens if I fail?" Promise asked, with curiosity. "Oh, nothing too dramatic," Aphrodite chuckled darkly. "Just that your group will fall apart like clowns, and you'll lose everything. No more favor from the gods, no more friendship with your companions, and you'll carry the shame of failure for the rest of your life." "Ah, I see," Promise nodded, beginning to understand. "It seems you really don't like me, Goddess Aphrodite." After all, he had always sought the path of a hero. If things unfolded as she predicted, his entire journey would be ruined. True, the past couldn't be changed, but it would leave an undeniably dark mark on his legacy. "It's not that I particularly hate you now," Aphrodite shrugged. "Eh?" Promise blinked in surprise at the sudden shift in her tone. "But you're so close to Hera and Hephaestus," she continued with a wicked smile. "I just want to see how they'll react when I destroy you. That's all. I want to see their faces after I've ruined you." As Aphrodite spoke, everything clicked into place for Promise. "So you never cared about the painting, did you? You never planned on giving it to me. All of this was just because you wanted to destroy me." Chapter 154, Helen. With the arrow of love, wishing you all a very happy Diwali. May this festival of lights bring joy, prosperity, and happiness to you and your loved ones. May your life be illuminated with health, wealth, and the strength to overcome all obstacles. May your days ahead be as bright as the deers that light up this beautiful occasion. On the island of Lemnos, tonight, the glow of flames lit up the entire island. Everyone who came to the island joined the grand feast. Of course, everyone except for Helen. At this moment, the woman, who would become the most beautiful woman in the world in the future, sat on the stone steps of the temple of Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty, resting her cheek on her hand, gazing up at the stars and the full moon in the sky. Her captivating violet eyes, which could make any man in the world submit to her, and no one knew what they were thinking. Beside her lay a golden bow, a golden arrow, and a lead arrow. These were the divine artifacts that Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty, had personally handed to her when Helen set foot on the island. They were the magical arrows of love, wielded by the young god Cupid. According to the legends of Greek mythology, there was a god named Cupid, often depicted as a little boy holding a bow and arrow, usually naked. He would sometimes wander around blindfolded with a bow and arrow, often shooting aimlessly. This symbolized the blindness of love. Moreover, the bow and arrows he carried possessed a magical power that no one could resist. Not even the gods. It was he who shot Apollo with a golden arrow, causing him to fall hopelessly in love with the nymph Daphne. Yet, at the same time, he also shot her with a lead arrow, making it impossible for her to fall in love with Apollo, the god of light forever. At the same time, according to legend in the Greek mythology, it was also Cupid who, under the orders of Queen Hera, shot the golden arrow at the witch Medea, causing her to fall hopelessly in love with Jason and devote everything to him. Now, the arrows were in Helen's hands, and as she looked at the arrows and the bow, the words of Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty, echoed in her mind constantly: shoot the golden arrow at the one you love, and you will gain all of his love. Then shoot the lead arrow at the person you dislike, and they will never have a chance together. The golden arrow that led love toward marriage and the lead arrow that ended love and caused separation were now both in the hands of Helen, the most beautiful woman on earth. This was why she sat alone outside the temple, lost in thought deep into the night. She had been handed one of the most powerful tools in the world, capable of controlling the hearts of both mortals and gods. But there was an uncertainty within Hera, an internal struggle she couldn't shake. Her goddess Aphrodite had given her these weapons, urging her to use them when the time was right. The goddess had whispered in her ear that with a single shot, she could make anyone, even Promise, fall in love with her. But that didn't sit well with Helen. She wasn't sure if she wanted love that was forced or manipulated by divine power. She looked at the arrows and sighed softly, unsure of what to do. She thought about Promise, about how different he was from everyone else she had ever known. There was something genuine in him that made her hesitate. Did she really want to use magic to win his heart? Or was there another way? Would she use the arrows? Should she? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, "Haven't made up your mind yet?" The voice of the goddess of beauty Aphrodite suddenly sounded in her ears. Helen instinctively looked up and saw that the goddess had returned. Aphrodite, looking at Helen, who was still sitting in the temple with eyes still filled with hesitation, frowned and said with clear displeasure, "Helen, what are you hesitating about? Didn't you tell me you were in love with that hero called Promise? I went out of my way to bring you Cupid's bow and arrows. I have even given you both the golden and lead arrows. And now, all you have to do is shoot the golden arrow at Promise and the lead arrow at the woman beside him, and you will be able to obtain the man you desire, all to yourself. What is that to hesitate about? Have you been deceiving me all along?" Hearing her words and looking at her goddess' angry expression, Helen stood up in a panic, waving her hands and explaining nervously, "No, it's not like that. I haven't lied to you, goddess. I really do like Brother Promise. It's just a broken bar." "It's just a broken bar? Just what?" Aphrodite asked, her tone filled with dissatisfaction. "It's just ... I just feel a broken bar that this isn't right." Helen actually didn't fully understand everything, but she recalled her time spent with Promise, and after hesitating for a while, she said, I just feel that if I did these a broken bar I would never be able to earn Brother Promise's forgiveness." Aphrodite was surprised by her response and looked at her with some curiosity. Then, narrowing her eyes again, she asked in displeasure, "So you think I'm deceiving you?" "No, of course not." Helen quickly shook her head. "Fine, do as you wish," Aphrodite said, turning and heading toward the temple. But after taking just a few steps, she stopped, her back still facing Helen as she said, "Oh, by the way, I met that hero Promise today. He really is just as outstanding as you said." Hearing this, Helen was overjoyed, but before she could express her excitement, the goddess added, "However, when I saw him, I suddenly remembered something Queen Hera once told me. She's quite fond of this follower and has decided to hold a grand wedding for him. It seems she already has someone in mind." "What?" Hearing her words, Helen ran over in a panic, grabbed the clothes of the goddess of beauty Aphrodite, and asked anxiously, "Who is it, goddess?" The latter tilted her head, glanced at Helen, then smiled faintly and said, "I don't know. So broken bar, my dear little follower, if you really want to grasp your love, you must do it as soon as possible." With that said, Aphrodite walked away. Of course, she didn't go too far away. Instead, she stood quietly in the distance, watching the conflicted Helen with a smile forming on her lips. Aphrodite knew that Helen would eventually shoot the arrow of love, aiming it at Promise, because the opportunity was right in front of her, within easy reach. "Hephaestus, Hera broken bar, he's certainly more interesting than I anticipated," the goddess of beauty, Aphrodite murmured softly, as her mind wandered back to what had just happened at the shore. Initially, Aphrodite thought she would strongly dislike Promise, but after actually getting to know him, she unexpectedly found him quite pleasing. "And I never expected that he would reject me." Aphrodite had arranged a trial for Promise, and had said that if he passed her trial, he would receive one of her paintings. Therefore, the goddess of beauty had originally thought that after knowing this, the boy would agree to it immediately. After all, Promise had already collected 7 paintings, and he must undoubtedly be eager to complete the portraits of the Olympian gods, because such an achievement would surely be even more magnificent than his quest for the Golden Fleece. Aphrodite was well aware of his ambitions, who after all, Athena and Hera had nearly spread the word of his exploits to every god that existed. The boy was eager to become a hero. Yet, despite this, Promise still refused at that time, and his reason was astonishingly simple. "Goddess Aphrodite, I truly appreciate that, despite your dislike for me, you still gave me the opportunity to receive your painting. But I don't intend to accept it because he broken bar. I don't want to become a disaster for others." The young man didn't want to involve anyone else. Since the golden apple tree incident, he had become keenly aware of the risks that involved around him. After all, even Hercules had nearly been stripped to the bone. So, despite Aphrodite's warning that rejecting her would mean never having another chance to obtain her painting, Promise still turned her down. "This is the first time I've been rejected by someone, let alone a mere human being." But the thing that made her even more angry was that she couldn't do anything about him. Who was she? She was the goddess of love, beauty, pleasure and procreation, one of the 12 gods of Olympus, and the most beautiful one. Born from the sea foam, she was known for her stunning appearance, enchanting presence, and the ability to incite love and lust in both gods and mortals alike. She could stir uncontrollable passion in anyone, leading many gods, heroes, and mortals to fall for her beauty. Even the gods who were supposed to be immune to mortal weaknesses were vulnerable to her charm. Wherever she went, she left an aura of irresistible charm, and her presence could silence even the most powerful gods. The dream of countless male gods was to get a kiss from her. But Promise, the more you do this, the more I want to destroy you. End. P.S. Once again a very happy diary. There would be 2 extra chapters today, each, after an hour. Chapter 155, He's Here. 3 days later, on the Argo. "It seems this hasn't ended after all, has it?" Promise murmured as he stood on the empty deck of the Argo, unable to hold back his thoughts. "What are you talking about, Promise? Hercules raised his head and looked at the young, who was standing on the deck with some confusion and couldn't help but ask. The latter shook his head and smiled at Hercules, reassuring him that it was nothing. Atalanta, who had just returned from hunting, happened to see this scene. She tilted her head slightly, and her waist-length black hair swayed a few times. Years of habit had made the beautiful green-haired huntress feel that obtaining food through hunting was the natural way of survival. Therefore, even on the ship, she only ate the food she hunted and stored herself for Broken Bar, though occasionally she accepted fruit that Promise gave her. After putting away her prey, Atalanta thought for a moment, then approached Promise. "Where is Medea?" she asked, glancing around. "She should be in the room," Promise answered casually. Perhaps, due to the influence of the goddess Hecate, Promise had come to realize that Medea had grown to become a homebody, spending most of her time in the room, which was now filled with strange items, making most people dare not enter, especially Jason, who did his best to avoid her in any possible way. According to Jason, for some reason, every time he saw her, his heart would beat very fast as if he were facing some terrifying monster. "I see," Atalanta nodded lightly, then quietly stood beside Promise. "What's wrong?" Promise sensed something unusual about her and couldn't help but ask. The latter thought for a moment before saying, "It seems like it's been a while since I've seen shadows of the great gods around you." "Huh?" "That is a bit strange," Atalanta said seriously, looking straight at him. "And you've been far too idle lately." "Promise, are you hiding something from us?" Before Promise could make sense of Atalanta's words, Hercules chimed in, seemingly out of nowhere. "Yeah, now that you mention it, our Broken Bar, that does seem right," he said, nodding in agreement. "I've thought it was strange too." At this time, Medea also appeared, holding her staff, though she looked a bit exhausted with dark circles under her eyes. "And Promise, here." She handed him a vial as she spoke. "This is a potion I've been working on to resist the curses on this cylinder Broken Bar, though it hasn't been tested yet. I believe it should be useful." As Promise instinctively took the vial, he looked up to see the three of them staring at him in silence, as if waiting for an explanation. This left him exasperated, prompting him to say, seriously, "Why am I getting treated like Athena here? What on earth is going on?" Hearing his words, Hercules laughed. "I think, Promise, you are the only one who would dare speak of the goddess Athena like that." "It's just, Promise, tell me a Broken Bar who is the one that insisted on doing down the mountain to die, risking his life to become a hero? And who was the one bold enough to hunt even the god Hermes?" Promise stared blankly at Hercules, however, just as he was about to respond. "That's right." Atalanta crossed her arms and lifted her chin. "And under the witness of the great goddess Artemis and the goddess of wisdom, I saw with my own eyes how you changed fate and captured a falling star. And don't forget a Broken Bar." As she spoke, she leaned forward slightly. "I've hunted you before, so I know everything about you. Don't think you can hide anything from me." "Well, I'm a Broken Bar." Medea waved the staff in her hand. "I've seen Promise's trial, and I've even seen your paintings, Promise." "What? You've seen them too?" Hearing her words, Atalanta looked at the witch in surprise. "Too?" The latter blinked in confusion and looked back at Atalanta. "Wait, were you there that night?" "I was hunting him at the time," Atalanta replied calmly. "After the hunt was over, I lent him my bow for a while, which he used to slay the Chimera." "Oh, I see a Broken Bar. You're amazing." Atalanta Broken Bar. "Wait, hold on a minute." Promise couldn't take it anymore and shouted to stop. "Why does it feel like you guys aren't praising me at all, but rather pointing out how much trouble I seem to cause?" "That's not a feeling, it's a fact," Atalanta replied bluntly. "Promise, surely you know why my teacher has always disliked you, right?" Medea blinked, though her tone seemed delicate, but the message was clear. Hearing this, Promise glared at Medea fiercely. He was already certain that this girl had been faking her innocence all along. At first, he didn't see through it, but now that they had spent more time together, her true colors were becoming more and more obvious. "So Broken Bar, this island is really dangerous," isn't it?" Hercules' expression had turned serious as he looked at Promise. "If that's the case, then let me go." "Promise, I assure you, I'll bring everyone back safely." After speaking, Hercules was about to move, when Promise called out to stop him. He then glanced at the three people in front of him, all of whom seemed to know him too well. Sighing deeply, he hesitated for a moment before finally admitting, "None of you are allowed to set foot on the island of Broken Bar because this is my trial." With that, Promise finally set foot on the island. The moment he did, Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty, who had been residing in the temple for the past few days, turned her head immediately and looked in his direction. At the same time, her lips curved upward into a dazzling smile. "He's here, isn't he?" After she finished speaking, she tilted her head again, and her light golden eyes looked towards the girl outside the temple who was holding the golden bow in her hand. "Brother Promise is here." Broken Bar inside the temple, bathed in the soft morning sunlight, Helen stretched out her hand as if to catch it, whispering softly. There was no need for Aphrodite to inform her. When a breeze blew through, ruffling her dazzling golden hair, the wind told Helen everything. Helen raised her head, her enchanting violet eyes carrying the magical allure that could captivate anyone, except the young man, whom she wanted to captivate the most. The magical eyes that could make any man fall for her had no effect on him. While this had once made her feel safe with him, it now left her feeling depressed. That was the only reason why, when Aphrodite gave her the Cupid's arrow, she hesitated. The guilt of deceiving a man purer than anyone, the fear of failing and forever falling in his eyes, but in the end, it all came down to one fact. The fact that she could not charm the man she loved, no matter how hard she tried. Her magical eyes had no effect, and if this went on, she would never be a woman on his eyes. And to make matters worse, there was what her goddess had told her. In the reflection of her pupils, she saw the sacred Pegasus spreading its silver wings, carrying the black-haired, emerald-eyed boy as they descended upon the temple. Helen Promise looked at the girl standing before him, dressed in a pure white Greek robe, and asked in mild surprise, "What are you doing here?" "Because, of course, she is my follower." The one who answered the promise was not Helen, but Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, who walked out of the temple with her fiery red hair blazing like flames. Creators Thoughts ABI_28 ABI_28 Chapter 156, Make Her Cry. Those pale yellow eyes looked at the young man in front of her as the goddess of beauty spoke softly. "So, why have you come to me again?" "Because for that case, I've already given my answer 3 days ago." Promise dismounted from his horse, his green eyes quietly gazing at the goddess before him. He said, "I told you, I have no interest in this trial and will not participate." Aphrodite, hearing this, looked at Promise with some confusion and said, "It doesn't matter if you're not interested, the trial has already begun." "However, no." Promise shook his head calmly. "Goddess Aphrodite, it's already over." In fact, the goddess of beauty, Aphrodite's thoughts were very simple. Because of Hera and Hephaestus, she naturally disliked Promise. Moreover, she was also the goddess of love and beauty, one of the 12 most revered Olympian gods in Greek mythology, a goddess who governed desire and was faithful to her own wants. If you want someone, get them. If you hate someone, destroy them. So, since she hated him, why not just destroy him? It's important to know that Aphrodite's teachings to Helen were to seize and take control of everything she desired, viewing it as a matter of course. She was an arrogant goddess, even with a somewhat malicious personality. In her eyes, no, in the eyes of this goddess of beauty, humans never really existed at all. Because of this, Aphrodite never believed Promise could survive the trial she had designed for him, even though this young man had created many miracles up to this point. After all, the trial she prepared for him wasn't one of valor or wisdom or something more profound, but a much simpler test to desire. The island was filled with her divine power, and Aphrodite had fully unleashed the deepest desires within the hearts of those heroes, causing them to succumb. Just as she had said to Hephaestus at the time, she knew Promise had a good relationship with those heroes, but it was precisely because of this, She wanted them to stand against him. Aphrodite wanted Promise to lose everything, just as she had. In truth, the goddess standing before Promise at this moment was more in line with the depiction of gods in ancient Greek mythology, viewing human life as a game, carelessly altering it at a whim, whether out of malice or benevolence, just casting curses or grant blessings without any care. Yes, this is how Olympian gods should behave. Otherwise, Promise would have really thought that he didn't come to the Greek mythology, but to some parallel world instead. Or did he transmigrate into a fan fiction? After all along his journey, whether it was goddess Hera, Athena, or Clotho at the beginning, or the other gods he had met later, they had all been far too gentle with Promise, leaving the boy unsure of how to respond. But now, seeing the goddess, who was actually the same as how she was depicted, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, the behavior of those goddesses wasn't entirely incomprehensible either. After all, when they saw that boy, who seemed as if a mere breath could snuff out his life, it was natural for them to instinctively hold back and show a gentler side of themselves. Hearing his words, the goddess of love and beauty, Aphrodite, frowned as she looked at Promise and said, "What do you mean, Promise? And shouldn't you be heading to the palace of that kingdom right now? Do you realize how eager I am to see Hera and Hephaestus when they witness you losing everything? I wonder what kind of reactions they will have." Her words, full of malice, spoke of destruction. However, the young man listened quietly, still looking at her with a calm expression, and even smiled. "Do you know, Goddess Aphrodite, what I've been thinking about these past 3 days? And why, even after knowing what you did, I didn't take Jason and the others away that night. Isn't it because you know very well in your heart that they've already been fully consumed by their desires?" Aphrodite responded matter-of-factly. "In that state, how could they possibly leave?" Hearing this, Promise couldn't help but shake his head gently. He then took out a painting from the sky, and depicted on it was the golden lyre of Apollo, the god of light. Then, in front of Aphrodite and Helen, he gently plucked the strings. As the sound of the lyre resonated, the warm sunlight shone lovingly upon him. Looking at Promise in this light and listening to the beautiful music, even the goddess of beauty, Aphrodite had no choice but to admit once again that he was even more extraordinary than the stories suggested. Yet she still couldn't understand what Promise intended to do, at least not until the melody spread across the island of Lemnos. Because, as soon as it did, Aphrodite saw all the heroes, who had previously been lost in their desires, lift their heads. Although there was regret and reluctance on their faces, they still packed their luggage and prepared to sail again. Helen recognized the tune. It was the same song Orpheus played on the day the Argo set sail. That day, Promise had painted a picture, though he wasn't in it. You used Apollo's power to purify my divine power? Aphrodite's face darkened as she looked at Promise, unable to believe that the supposed betrayal and division she had orchestrated had been so easily dissolved by him. "No, I didn't." However, hearing her words, Promise shook his head, though he knew that if he asked, Apollo, the god of light, would certainly respond to him. "It's just that, Goddess Aphrodite, you misunderstood something from the very beginning. The vast majority of the Argonauts didn't set sail for glory or wealth. Their reason was much simpler." Promise laughed as he said this, turning to the goddess. "They were all dragged along by me as forced labor." As he spoke, the boy pulled out a small notebook from his pocket. The moment Helen saw the notebook, she immediately understood. It was Brother Promise's little book of grudges. As for Jason, to be honest, I didn't expect him to actually make up his mind. I was originally planning to hit him with a stick to knock him out and then drag him back when I returned. Speaking about this, Promise tilted his head and looked into the distance at Jason, who was still struggling. Wherever the golden lyre's music passed, illuminated by the sunlight, it came into clear view for Promise. "It seems he truly wants my painting," he couldn't help but say with a smile. "After all, you once said, I, Jason, am a hero." Aphrodite remained silent. All of this was too unexpected. "Do you know what once happened on this island?" In the end, she asked. "Of course, Promise nodded once again. In that case, what kind of judgment should you give to these people, Promise? However, as soon as she spoke, Aphrodite noticed that the young man in front of her was giving her a strange look. Why should I pass judgment? Promise smiled, and then he said something that even shocked Helen. What does any of this have to do with me? As if she had never expected that these words would come from the boy's mouth, Helen's eyes couldn't help but open wide as she said, Promise. Brother? The latter didn't explain himself to her. Instead, he simply stated the truth. After all, judgment has already fallen, long ago. It came the moment the women on this island made their choices. They thought they were cleansing themselves with blood, ridding themselves of filth, but in truth, they only sank deeper into corruption. Besides, they don't have much time left. The men they killed were also the barriers that protected them. Soon, people from another island will come here and destroy this place. Knowing all this, the women of the island had desperately tried to keep the Argonauts, hoping to use them as labor and protection. But now they were leaving. Aphrodite remained silent again, but then raised her brows slightly. To be honest, she wasn't angry about this situation. What surprised her was what Promise said next. I think I finally understand why Goddess Athena and the others never stopped me. I used to think it was because of the painting, but now I realize the real reason is that they always knew it would be like this. The one they found amusing wasn't you, Goddess Aphrodite. It was me all along. But now I don't understand. It's a bit confusing. Since you could have easily gotten my painting by just pretending to know nothing and letting events unfold, why did you come to me at this moment? That's why I told you from the beginning. Promise laughed again as he said, Goddess Aphrodite, do you know what I've been thinking about these past 3 days? The answer is actually very simple. What I've truly been thinking is, how should I take revenge on you? Aphrodite was somewhat stunned by the absurdity of this response, but looking at the boy, she quickly realized that Promise's expression was serious. She suddenly remembered the time when Hermes was hunted. Moreover, after arriving on this island and seeing you, I was surprised to find that my thoughts and desires were becoming stronger and stronger. The desire of getting revenge. That is. Promise looked at the goddess of love, beauty and sex, before him, the most beautiful goddess among the gods. Looking at the very definition of desire in front of him, there was only one thought in his mind. If I could make her cry. It would certainly be quite a sight.